that's what he was saying also, that the Four Knights Academy looks to be relaunched here in Antigua
this evening at 6:45.
Right. We need academies in every island in the Caribbean.
Niall Smith to Mackenzie down the onside. First ball gone offline, but a better start this morning from Niall Smith. Let me see how the progress of the day will go. 2 overs bowled so far this morning. 123 overs have been bowled, and the Cricket West Indies Academy, they're 383 for 4. Mackenzie 211 not out, and Wickham 107 not out. And I'm talking about home. You have the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, which is based in St. Kitts and Nevis. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the repertoire of legends here, you have people like Elkamida Willett, 50 years ago, who would have broken down the door and played Test cricket for the Leeward Islands. He's never been invited to even sit and have a conversation or even look at some of the young players. Right. You got somebody like a Victor Eddy, who was a master of playing spin bowling. So why not bring him in and have a session where he can teach the Casey Carties and company as to how you play spin bowling? That's what I'm talking about. You don't have they're not a threat to the coaching staff, but it's how you structure and how you use your legends. Back and across and turning that. We can go even as far as Trinidad and Tobago. Since the franchise setup has been brought in, I don't remember seeing a photo where Brian Lau was brought in to speak to the Trinidad and Tobago young potentials. That's what I'm talking about in Guyana. Yes, Rami Sarwan is a selector, but you need to use Rami Sarwan as a selector and also as a mentor to help the Matthew Nando and company and the Kevlin Anderson to talk to them about his experience. On top of a short ball.
But that's a good point you make, though, Vernon, because you can see when you're talking about Lara, you could tell when he was doing a commentary when West Indies were in Australia that he was surprised. He was surprised that the level that West Indies cricket was at. So obviously nobody has been speaking to him or encouraging him to come round. Not only Trinidad, but anywhere in the Caribbean to talk
remember
to
at the
these
point
guys
in time,
anything like that.
He did come here. We'll get back to that just for a little while. Here is Wickham back and just steering this down to McCaskey at the deep backward point, gets a single. I don't know if you remember. You remember that Brian came here. I think it might have been 2019 up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I think was that England? It was the wrong photo.
Yeah,
but again, yes, in one-off spurts.
Exactly.
But you don't
Nothing
want them in a one-off spurt. What I'm saying, they have to be, and it has to do with also with his availability. We got to take those things into consideration. And a lot of the other countries are moving away with our stars, and we have to find a program to keep them. Here's Mackenzie going for a big one, drifting down the leg side. Drake's lucky to get away with that one. He got a proper bat and connection on that. That would have sailed into the pool here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But he got a single. In fact, I think he got leg buys.
But it seems to me, though, Vernon, that the deliberate ploy by the Team Weeks bowlers this morning in Drakes and Smith to keep the ball pitched up as much as possible.
They have to. It's the only how they're going to get wickets. You only have to look at how Naeem Young got his wickets.
Right.
And if you're going to bowl that line, then you have to be consistent.
Yes.
It has to be a line where the batsman is looking to come forward and searching out for what he is. I also, looking ahead, now that we've got the established home here, the Cricket West Indies, home of Cricket West Indies, that we need to now start to set up a pace bowling lab to use and incorporate our legends fast bowlers, the Anthony Grays, the Colin Crofts, the Andy Roberts, you gotta get them into a system, the young ones, the potential both for male and female. So we when you identify a talent like a Naeem Young and a Kelvin Pittman and a Johan Lane, you have them in a nursery camp.
Yeah, but we've been talking about that for the longest while, though, Vernon. Bringing in a bowling factory, like something that Lily started in
India.
In India, yeah. And it can only benefit, because you look at a situation like Courtney Walsh all right, he got relieved of the duties as head coach. But does that mean that's it? He's got to look elsewhere, outside the region.
He should be.
He should be employed in other areas. Yeah.
Him, along with Kenneth Benjamin, Curtly Ambrose, they should be heading up that unit.
Right.
I think that's where you want them. You want them. You need to find bowlers who are going to get you 20 wickets. We also need some assistance in terms of assisting our spin bowlers also in the Caribbean. Niall Smith to Mackenzie. Mackenzie whipping that into the square leg area. Won't get into the boundary because heavy outfield here. And they're going to test Shanda Paul's arm. No, they've decided to get 2 runs quite easily. So anything into that area, Mackenzie is going to whip him. And Drake was lucky in the final ball before that. He didn't get whipped away into the pool, like I said, here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Meanwhile, Mackenzie is growing in confidence. He's 214. And he's come on a mission to bat all day again.
Why not? In top form, he's looking good. 200 behind his name.
387 for 4. The world is watching at this young superstar. He's driving through cover. Carty coming around. Cut it off with his left hand. Heavy outfield here, and you would know why, because in the last 48 hours, we've had some serious showers in Antigua and Barbuda.
We have indeed, but I was just looking at both these guys' innings last night, Vernon, both Mackenzie and Wickham. And if you have a look at the percentage of balls played, both of them are around about 50%, which is excellent. It means they're picking their delivery, they're playing a ball on a merit, exactly what you want to see in the longer formats.
Wickham waits and just guides it out to deep backward point. McAllister comes in. He's going to have a long day today. I want to see him coming from the CIU road end here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. He is the only bowler that has not bowled from that end. And I don't understand the tactic.
Well, speaking of that, I'm glad you brought that up, Vernon, because I've been listening to the commentary. You've all been excellent, Marley, Joel, Seth, and yourself. But what do you think of Arthanez being captain, and what do you think of his captaincy thus far?
Too early to judge. I'll come back to that, Seth. This is a learning process, but I also feel that we need to set up a program for our captains in the region.
Right.
It's a learning process. So we have so much work to get done that if you identify Athens, if you identify Hamilton, if you identify Naim Young, there has to be a cadre, and you bring them in a room, and you have Sir Viv and Sir Richie and Dave Joseph and Jimmy Adams. You get courses to help them. You have to set up programs to help them. All our regional captains need help. Could leave Devon Thomas trying something.
He's always trying something.
He's asking
always in
Leslie Reefer Jr. that if he had hit, if anything would have been happening there. Leslie Reefer Jr. said, "No, Devon." He's having a good laugh.
Didn't move. No?
You have to try something.
Definitely. Well, it's too easy at the moment.
Mackenzie is not fazed by that at all. Alex Athens and Thomas having a good laugh about it.
I don't think Mackenzie even knew he threw it.
He must have saw something that we didn't see.
Keeping him honest.
Yeah. Bat and pad close together, coming right out there. Over completed. 4 runs coming out with Niall Smith over. 389 for 4. 125 overs bowled so far.
Yes, and going along nicely, picked up where they left off yesterday, these two in Mackenzie and Wickham. But a great series though, Vernon. You know,
great initiative.
Exactly.
Great initiative. And
great
maybe it's the way for most franchises in the region to go. You know, sometimes we are banked on these tournaments, but sometimes I don't think the different levels that we have the quality of calling for tournaments. And we got to move away from, we got to be honest with ourselves. Our administrators and our coaches have to be honest and say, listen, we just don't have the quality to match up to have tournaments.
Right. Right.
And I'm talking about regional boards. I'm not talking about Cricket West Indies.
Yeah.
To him.
But you're quite right about what you were saying about the territorial boards. Instead of leaving everything up to Cricket West Indies, and you got tournaments like this, and that's what you're waiting for. Why can't Jamaica say to Trinidad, listen, we put in, we play each other in 2 or 3 red ball matches, or the same can be said Leeward Islands playing Windward Islands, or a system in place where, because you need to continue these guys playing cricket regularly to keep them in the game. You know what I mean? Not only their form, but their interest. We talk about between 19 and 23 is when we lose players. They have to keep playing.
That's why I'm
that's
saying.
why this is great.
That's what I'm saying, Terry. That we have to re-examine the franchise system now and find out, has it worked for us? How can we make it better?
Yeah.
So if we don't have any funds and we're only playing 1 round of cricket,
Right.
then we need to play in also 1 round of second team cricket.
There you go. Yeah.
That can match up and help our under 23 players or under 19 players. That's something seriously that we have to consider. So if we have a situation where Leeward Islands Hurricanes is playing Barbados Pride at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the second team could be playing right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
There you go.
Vice versa in Trinidad and Tobago, and as you move around the region. Because it's really unfair to have an under-19 youngster who gets a contract.
Yep.
Let's look at someone like a Kelvin Pittman. He goes to the Barbados Pride. Everybody's home. He doesn't get an opportunity to play first-class cricket. There are only 5 matches. That's a year gone. He has to wait another year before he can be able to get to play first-class cricket.
And these guys that do get selected into the squad, like take an Artenez or a Jordan, for example, and they do get carried on a tour. They don't get picked in the first 11. They come back, they've got no cricket to play or limited cricket to play. Then that may have been may end up being their only opportunity.
But that's where the academies come in.
Exactly.
So you come in and you go back to a system where, Kenny Benjamin is the person who is in charge in Grenada, and you constantly work on your game, clipped away nicely.
And then if you had those academies set up, satellite academies, whatever you want to call them, in each territory, in each island, then you could incorporate the matches. Play, Barbados Academy, play Trinidad Academy, or whatever, as you were saying, second teams, second 11s.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you call it.
I'm just saying that you have a more wider base.
Right.
And the young players who you're identifying, by the time you pick them, if they go on West Indies team duty,
they're ready.
They're ready for the system. So you don't have, poor quality.
Right. You're not starting from scratch.
Yeah, you know exactly what is going on. And I want to make a point, folks will understand what I'm talking about. Let me just wait for a while after this delivery.
Oh. Ooh.
That was a beautiful delivery.
It looked like it moved a long way, but
it just did too much.
The bat,
The only thing he didn't do was take the edge.
Exactly.
Drix can't believe it.
He was bleeding.
Can't believe it. I want to use a Kevin Wickham for an example. When all of the big stars from Barbados come back home from duty, the Kyle Mayers and company comes back home.
Right.
Kevin Wickham will find himself on the bench. He won't get into the Barbados team. So a talent like this, what do you say to him?
That's right. That's the problem.
This is what I'm talking about in terms of second team cricket. So I'm saying, even though he's making a statement here and you have all of your big guys coming back, some of the big guys might not be making any runs, but they can go and play second team cricket, and Kevin Wickham, who is maybe already knocked down the door, will be in the first team or will be allowed to play second team cricket where he can still be able to feature.
Exactly. Yeah, and it definitely needs to happen, because you see the other countries are a lot easier because they're only dealing with the one landmass. They got a hell of a lot more pool of players to choose from, so they can organize these tournaments amongst themselves. But so can we. If we put the systems in place, then we can organize various tournaments throughout the year to keep these guys on the park. That's the most important and vital aspect of this. This is wonderful to see Kevlin Anderson last week, Joanne Lane, Calvin Pittman, these two this week. But then next week when there's no matches, then what? If you can't afford to have them sitting down for 3 to 6 months at a time.
390 for 4. I like the authoritativeness here by Alex Athenes, who is the captain. Niall Smith, for some strange reason, was looking for another field. And Alex Athenes, he was having a discussion with Vasame Pomal. And Athenes said, let's remember the game plan. Just bowl straight. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Keep it full.
Don't try anything. And I think that's what happens in regional cricket. You know, we try too many things.
Too many things too quick.
We got to be consistent. You've got to keep working. He's bowled well so far this morning, Niall Smith, because he's took his time and he's bowled between wicket and wicket. He now has to find the rhythm, find the right ball, land it in the right area, and knock off Wickham or Mackenzie. That's his job. That's the line. That is the line he has to bowl.
Exactly, and it's a patience game, isn't it? You keep it there all day if you have to.
And because they've bowled a fuller length this morning, no boundaries have been scored so far, and we've had like 25 minutes of play. So that is the idea of being patient. Take away the boundary balls.
Right. Yeah, limited their scoring options, and you have a much better chance of picking up a couple of wickets here this morning.
They're trailed by 11. Cricket West Indies Academy back and across and defending nicely. That's a much better line here. You got to just settle into a groove. That's why the late Malcolm Marshall was so good. When the conditions just wasn't right, he would move into a different groove and he would seam it around. He would having it go in, out. That's what you have to do as a bowler. Got to learn your craft.
Yep.
Every day you're not going to get a track where you come and bounce everybody out. When you go to Bangladesh, when you go to India and they put you on a street, you have to learn how to bowl. Back and across, defended nicely. I'll tell you something. Andy Roberts always used to tell me, you come to St. Kitts, Warner Park. I'm a small boy, and everybody would be asking Dr. Sir Andy Roberts, well, how you get wickets at Warner Park? And he says, I got a cricket ball. My job is to bowl.
How hard is it?
He's got a cricket ball in his hand. Come to work.
The greatest ever.
Couldn't understand that. Everybody was surprised. But the wicket dead. He says, yeah.
Watch this.
You go away with 10, 12 wickets every time. Stare down to third man. Athenes coming around. Every time he came to St. Kitts, he took wickets. Be it Leeward Islands tournament, be it for Combined Islands, be it for the Leeward Islands. He took wickets consistently all the time at Warner Park. When everybody else struggled, Andy Roberts delivered.
Definitely. Even the subcontinent, when the fast bowlers struggled in India, he never struggled.
It didn't matter. And because of his greatness, that's why the Wayne Daniels and the Crofts and the Sylvester Clark and the Michael Holding and all of those guys came through. They had a plan. They all learned from Sir Andy Roberts.
From the great, yep.
Back and across and defending nicely. So over comes to an end. 1 run coming off of this over. 391 for 4. They're trailed by 10. And it's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. We're just glad to be alive. That's all I can say to you. We give God thanks.
Definitely. But we're talking about patience, Vernon, and these two have shown the utmost in that regard. Playing each ball on its merit and playing very well, which all looks promising for the future.
A little overcast conditions here. Sort of reminds you that you're somewhere in Yorkshire or in maybe Sussex or some area. Overcast conditions here. Hope no rain or anything is moving around, but a heavy cloud cover just in the middle of the sky. As Drake's bungs away. Goes a wide ball. Wickham is not interested. They got to be patient. They got to keep working on their plan. They have to. They can't go off script. If they do,
oh, as they say, if
they'll be
if
punished.
They do, yeah, and they start getting punished. Board starts ticking over quickly again. Could be an interesting afternoon that they might find themselves holding on.
Played nicely. I think it is a good approach here by Alex Atenis to look at the conditions. Half an hour players gone so far. And maybe what I would maybe want him to maybe concentrate on is maybe having the spin from the media center end. He bowled well too, and so he could be in the conversation. Have Sam Epomore Sinclair and himself from the media center end and rotate the seamers from the CIU road end in short bursts and spells. Back and across. Easy like Sunday morning, as they would say. This guy's got so much time to play in. Kevin Wickham. I'm not a selector, but he's got to be on the tour to Bangladesh for the A team. So too is Mackenzie.
Most definitely.
So too is Naeem Young. So too is Kevlin Anderson. So at least 4 picks.
And what about the bowlers? I'd take them all.
Here goes Drake's. Easy. Easy. So relaxed.
Yeah, very comfortable at the crease. And I think you're right, Bernard. I don't think it'd be too far away. The introduction of spin into the attack, and then, as you say, rotate the seamers from the opposite end. They got to still keep themselves in this game.
Another conversation we're going to start, Terry, when I come back on with you later in the day, is the groundsmen. How do we support the groundsmen around the Caribbean?
Give them proper equipment to start with.
I see.
They look like they're putting their jackets on, Vernon.
Yeah, see Kadeem Phillip coming out, having a look. And who is the groundsman? Why are we not training our groundsmen?
Right.
I'm not worrying about the head curators, but our groundsmen.
Yeah.
How do we treat them? How we look after them? It's a conversation that we need to start talking about all around the Caribbean. And we can't assume that they know. You have to train them.
But it is that way, though, isn't it?
First loose shot in his innings, and that's the line that you have to bowl. Made over by Dominique Drakes and Cricket West Indies Academy. They're making sure they melt them out. 391 for 4. Is Joel still there? Oh, all right, so is no problem. We'll go ahead. We'll keep going until when Joel finds his colleague. The groundsmen, in the meantime, they're moving into position.
Slowly, though, man.
Well, we certainly have to say that it's slowly. I wish that there was no rain at all.
But you're right. I believe we presume that they do know what they're doing. I don't think there's any training or anything involved. Are you free tomorrow?
The folks here at Coolidge, I'll say to you, Terry, they go through a training method. I come and look at them.
Right.
They practice.
But they got a system, haven't they, of how they bring it on and how they bring it off.
They have a timer. They have a clock. So I know that for sure.
Yeah.
Travis does an excellent job, and Kadeem Phillip when he comes into that area.
But do they know the intricacies of, like, how long a pitch should be covered, or how long should it be watered, or how many times a day should it be rolled?
If you're around, those guys, they're always talking about it, and they give them specific roles. But I'm saying this has to be all around.
All around, yeah.
All around, so that you'll be aware. I've prepared a pitch, Terry, and it's not easy.
No, for sure.
I had to pull rollers, and it's not easy. So I have to appreciate
back in the day, you were playing club cricket here in Antigua. You prepared the pitch. If you didn't prepare the pitch, there was no game.
Driven up to the offside. Drake's coming around, gets an easy single.
They don't do that these days, though. They arrive, for example, at Rising Sun. They don't look happy with the pitch. They don't want to play.
I'll give you an example. I mean, when I was a small boy, it's called a park rat in St. Kitts and Nevis. When you go to the park early in the morning, the late Vince Deming was one of the head curators there. You had to practice to roll the pitch.
Right.
He would tell you, come and pull the roller. So you looked at him and you see what he was doing. That's how you learned.
Right.
But if you want to get fit, go
That's a
try
great
practicing
way.
pulling a roller up and down. 392 for 4. They trail by 9. And that's what I'm saying. The younger players, they have to understand that. They have to respect to know that these groundsmen around the Caribbean are trying their best to produce a track for them to play on.
Right.
The cricket game cannot start if we don't have groundsmen,
No.
if we don't have umpires. So it means now that that level of respect, I think somebody will have to pay a fine this morning. Very big one. Don't think I'll owe them for the sugar cakes anymore. 392 for 4.
Stop betting with him, man.
I have to make sure that I don't buy those sugar cakes. Stay down to third man. Just giving my colleague Mali a hard time. And they come back for 2 runs quite easily. 394 for 4. The trail by 7. Alex Atenes and Thomas is saying to Niall Smith, you're getting too wide, you're losing your focus. You got to bowl straight, you got to bowl at the stumps. You just got to be patient. 89 boundaries so far have been hit in the overall match here. No boundaries so far this morning on the 4th day's play. And simply because they've bowled fuller lengths and they've been patient.
Better line, yeah.
Smith. Driven. Looking for a single, but can't beat Permaul and mid off.
He looks like he's struggling a bit, though, Smith. As you say, he looked like he might have put on a bit of weight there, Bernard, but he's not as fluent in his run-up as he was a couple of seasons ago.
Even this year. When we saw him earlier this year, he was attacking the crease. Bam, bam,
Right.
bam. I don't see that. 394 for 4. Something needs to happen fast. Otherwise it could be a long day for Team Weeks. Clipped
Nice.
away.
Could be a difficult day, too, as I say, if they're 170 or so by tea.
So
give them something to chase for.
So 129 overs bowled. We'll hand over to Joel and Mali. 395 for 4. And just to let you know, Kurt McKenzie not out 216 and Kevin Wickham not out 114.
The final day of action in match number 2 of this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. As I say, good morning to the viewers across the stream, and good morning to Mali Richards.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning to the viewers as well. Hope everyone's well. Tuning in to what is, I think, should be quite an interesting day in terms of how things develop. But so far, though, this pair have really put on a clinic of batting, and it's so good to see from a pair so young, so inexperienced at this level.
Mali, looking at the cricket, I think that there are only 2 things that can develop today. I'm going to call them the 2 R's. Runs or rain.
Okay.
That's the only thing for today, because a couple clouds are building.
I've circled, yeah. It's raining quite a bit in town, further west, away from here.
Oh, that is lovely. Oh my goodness gracious me, Kurt McKenzie.
Oh, I mean, he played a few of those yesterday. Those aren't quite full, Joe. They're still played on the up, but he's in such good form now. that he's just playing through the line of those deliveries. There's no real pace on it. Almost floated up there by Drakes. And Mackenzie just continuing where we left off from yesterday. Serene batting now.
Fresh out the barber shop. That one was a nice one.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, that was gorgeous.
If you like batting and you love seeing left-handers in good flow, look at that. Full extension of the arms. Beautiful.
Folds it up along the carpet. Oh, that shot also did was bring up the 400 for the West Indies Academy, and that single means that the scores are equal here for them.
I remember yesterday, I think I may have been on with Vernon, and I was saying score possibly could have been like 260 odd for 3 or something like that. And I was saying to Vernon, the way these guys are batting, it's possible that the CWI Academy team will have a lead by the end of their innings. So said, so done.
I had a chance to chat with both of them after their innings yesterday, and the end is over, Malia. I can tell you a couple things that stood out from that chat for me.
It's been hard work for these fast bowlers of the team week, so they've toiled. They've generally been inconsistent in their lines and lengths, and they've been made to pay.
At the end of that over, 401 for 4. Yeah, I was just mentioning the fact that yesterday in the what we consider the post-day interview, sat beside both Wickham and Mackenzie. And for me, I want to kind of understand what was the difference for them in terms of maybe why they thought they were able to get to the scores that they were able to get to yesterday. And for Kurt, he mentioned the fact that he was a little more patient, and we certainly saw that yesterday. He was a bit more selective with his shots as well, and we saw that yesterday. And the final thing that he said in the interview was that he played a lot more within himself. And you saw that out there in terms of how he went about it. You know, we've often said occasionally he tries to force the game a little bit, impose himself at times where he could have maybe, you know, opted to play a different shot. But it was nice to see that he was able to evaluate his innings and understand why he was able to get to that 200, to that double 100 for him.
It's good to see that we were onto something in terms of just diagnosing what we thought about his improvement over the season. We would have seen him against Barbados here a couple of months ago, and just to see the progression, the incremental improvements he's almost made from match to match. It's been almost capped off with this performance. That's a beauty. I think he's going to have to go, though.
Yeah, the innings for Kirk Mackenzie comes to an end. Nell Smith finally gets the breakthrough for team weeks. But what an absolutely fantastic knock of 221 it was for Kirk Mackenzie.
Yeah, brilliant knock. It probably needed to take a fantastic delivery to remove him. Finally, Niall Smith, one in a good area, forcing the left-hander into playing, just slightly moved away, took the outside edge, and Kirk Mackenzie has to go for a fantastic, splendid 221. Let's hope this is the first of many for the young man.
Yeah, he deserves that hug that he got from his skipper, Naim Young. But he can certainly hold his head high. Certainly today, he'd have wanted to carry on, maybe get to 250. Who knows how this scenario would have set up 300 on the cards. But he can certainly be happy with the kind of statement that he's made. And because of the fact that we said, you know, he understood how he was able to get this type of a score, we certainly hope that he's able to re-employ.
It's something he can replicate over and over and over again, you know, and more often than not, he just generated, well, what he demonstrated, was just good batting discipline. More often than not, he played well within himself, allowed the game to come to him, waited for the ball in his areas, and then he was allowed to express himself. He actually earned the right to go big, At times, he soaked up the pressure whenever the guys got a bit tighter. His defense was solid. His rotation of strike was a lot better than we would have seen it in the past as well. So in that mammoth partnership of 258, you must say, along with Wickham, this is the partnership that has really stamped home the authority for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, certainly that partnership, the difference maker between the two sides, because we saw guys score runs for team weeks as well. We saw a couple partnerships for them as well, but none of them comparable to that 258. They came together and the score was 142 for 4 in over 49.1. The captain, Naim Young, is at the crease now. The fact that he is out there tells you that there's probably no declaration in sight.
Not at all.
For these young men.
It's a chance here as well for team weeks. As you see the extra catcher coming into the slips. Actually, what's that? A second slip? 1.5? What do you call that, Joe?
I might almost go as far as this. Yeah, probably
a
second slip. So
yeah.
a second and a gully, or a
And
second
a
and a
gully.
fourth
Yeah.
almost.
Quite an open stance for Young. But now Smith threatens, well, he threatened to bowl those deliveries more often than not. But I think it's taken them a long time to really work out what length and line to bowl on this pitch, considering a lot of them probably wouldn't have played as much here at the CCG. West Indies Academy definitely have exploited these conditions a lot better across both matches.
You can probably say that coming out of these two matches, indeed, they would be happier of the sides, the fact that they were able to get that win, but not just the win, but how they got that win as well, because it's very convincing in terms of a statement. And coming here today and backing up the performance in a different type of a scenario, because in that one you can say that the conditions favored bowling a bit more, and if you put the ball in the right areas, it worked out for you, and they were helped by a couple of loose shots. Here in this match, they've had to apply themselves in a different way. And they've stood up to the test. And that actually leads me into what Kevin Wickham would have said in the interview. And Kevin Wickham was full of high praises for the setup of the academy and the belief that the coaching structure had in him to perform. Because I asked him, did you feel like there was pressure on you? He said, certainly not being in the academy, there's no pressure on him. The coach believes in him. The coach told him to keep going, keep fighting. He can do the job. Young gets off the mark. A wicket. And a single from that over. 402 for 5.
Yeah, and you also want to create pressure, high pressure situations for these young guys as well, because at the very highest level, the pressure is very intense, Joe. So one has to be able to perform under such pressures. But he looks like a young man that doesn't let much bother him or get to him. Seems to be a pretty calm, unflustered type character. Goes about playing his game. So far, he's shown me something a little different in this innings.
An interesting question was posed to me this morning before they started the game, and with regards to the setups and whether or not, because they were looking at both Kirk McKenzie and Kevin Wickham and their performances in the first class championship, and they were questioning whether or not the setup is the reason for the performances that we've seen. Granted, I could not really give an answer to that because it's just been one game and they've done well, but that's not to say they could not have done well in their franchises. But it was an interesting question that was posed, and I guess one that you certainly have to think about with regards to whether or not. Oh, a lovely boundary for Naeem Young. Opened the face on that one. Easy runs for him.
Yeah, just overpitched, full toss from Drake, just losing his length there. And as you said, just opening the face, using the pace. Was Young. His first boundary, he moves to 5. And I think preparation would probably have a lot to do with it as well. This team has been together longer. They have been preparing here in these conditions. So you see that one, yeah, just a full toss outside off stump. Just had to make contact really. A lot of these guys would have gone away after the end of the domestic season. I mean, from Team Weeks and Team Headley. Some probably wouldn't have been playing cricket. Some would have been training or playing club cricket back at home. Whereas the academy would have been here, preparing, still working on their skills. And so far in this tri-series, it's worked out in their favor. That preparation has really come to the fore. Regardless of their inexperience, they've almost at times looked like the more well-oiled, more experienced outfit.
Yeah, certainly. I guess that is why the question was posed, because it's a case of whether or not this setup is a little more conducive for, what was the word I want here? Because I want to say the breeding of players, but I don't think that truly encapsulates what I'm looking to say. But I guess you understand what I mean when I say that. And it gets your mind thinking. Scamper's a quick one. It
Like
gets
a
your mind thinking, you
Like
know,
a
with the
finishing school, almost.
a bit of a back and forth between the Barbadians out there. Dominic Drakes and Naeem Young. Young the junior in this scenario, having to apologize to Drakes for the path that he was running. But in a way, even in the short space of time that we had to assess it, it makes you wonder with regards to the setups that we have in franchises. And this is not me crying down any of the setups, but you just wonder if certain setups happen to be better for players than others. Denied by the shaking of the head of umpire Leslie Reefer. The question of whether or not we have the right coaches in the right places as well. And once again, this is certainly not crying down any of the franchise or any of the coaching staff. Dominic Drakes running in, looking for what will be his first wicket in this innings.
I think ideally what this academy should serve as the example in which CWI uses to streamline the different coaching techniques, the methods, whatever, to the territory. So it's more of a cohesive process. Oh,
Edge found. But no goal for Dominic Drakes. A 4 to start the over, 4 to end it. 411 for 5.
Yeah, he's probably just feeling like what he's got to do to take a wicket here. Dominic Drakes going past the outside edge on the previous delivery, and on that one, taking it, but no one in that vacant slip region. Just the one man there at almost the second slip. Yeah, and it was well wide of him. No chance, Alec Athenes. So another chance goes a begging, almost. 4 runs added to the total. 411 for 5.
Well, the drinks break here on the morning of day number 4. The final day of this second match. What is the last match for these West Indies Academy boys at the first class level? At least for this season.
For this season.
Yeah, for this
Well,
season.
let's see. I anticipate a few of these guys should be in that Bangladesh A tour.
Oh, that's
on
gonna
that
be
Bangladesh A tour. So those would be some valuable first class matches added to the resume.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, because We just wonder with regards to the cutoff point for selection, given that the squad leaves directly after this tournament finishes, and you have to put a bit of preparation in terms of flights and all these different things that go into making a trip possible. So I pretty much tell myself that maybe you can't take it down to the baller, as they would say, to the final day of match number 3 in terms of selecting the squad, and that's going to be an interesting one as well in terms of what is that cutoff point for the selection of that A-team squad. Was it a case of has that cutoff point come already? Because we think about that, maybe one or two that we've seen before might miss their name there. Looking at the leading run scorers for this Headley Weeks tri-series, 2 matches in it so far, and obviously any man that has scored a double hundred must be standing at the top of that table. Kirk McKenzie, he's there, 271 runs from his 3 innings. Kevlon Anderson got 100 in match number 1. He's got 195 from his 3. Joshua Da Silva is there as well. And then Kevin Wickham, the other century maker. Zachary McCaskey and Brandon King, 93 and 92 in innings number 1 of this match. And Kevin Sinclair makes his way onto the leaderboard as well with that 86 that got him up to that 401 team weeks.
It's good to see that 3 of the top 4 are actually from the West Indies Academy as well. The run scoring.
And funny enough, 3 out of the top 4 here as well for the bowlers. Naeem Young certainly looked the part and did the job in match number 1, and because of that he stands on top of that table. 6 wickets for him. Johan Lane, just the 1 game for him. 2 innings, that 5er, the standout performance in match number 1. Not here in match number 2 because of personal reasons, and once again our condolences to him. And then Joshua Bishop, the left arm spinner. So 3 from the academy topping the charts as well, and it's very interesting as we question again maybe whether or not that setup, that structure and infrastructure is the reason for the performances that we're seeing on display. Justin Graves, the surface certainly suited him in match number 1, and he picked up 3 wickets, and then from there it just trickles down with a couple other wickets for a couple other guys. Ramon Simmons being brought in and just had a couple overs and picked up 2 wickets as well to clean up the tail yesterday. So the position of the game as we get to the end of this first water break of the morning. Team Weeks 401 all out. West Indies Academy in replay. 411 for 5, a lead of 10 runs for them. But in the concept of what this game is currently, a lead certainly does not matter, because since yesterday we knew that this game was going to peter out towards a draw. Results certainly at no stage could have been considered unless for some, I don't know, reason we see a lead of maybe 100 here today and Team Weeks decides to just capitulate for absolutely no reason. But certainly a result not possible. Certainly about those individual landmarks here, and standing out with the landmark is Kurt McKenzie, 221, the only wicket to fall this morning. Still at the crease, still fighting on, still with the candle lit, you might say, Kevin Wickham. And he too spoke yesterday at the end of the interview, and how he spoke told me that he's coming back here to bat as well, because I asked him to describe Kurt McKenzie's innings for me. He said, well, to be honest, he's not fully sure how to describe it because he's never gotten there for himself. And just the way that he said it told me that he's probably thinking about getting there as well, because he said he's coming back to bat tomorrow. He's doing just that. Yeah,
and you could tell Kirk McKenzie as well. He was back doing the same thing. It was actually good to see that it wasn't a loose stroke, or he thought, hey, I'm going to be ultra dominant here again this morning. It was actually a very good delivery that removed him. Still played tight, didn't follow the ball, just nipped away at the last second. So it wasn't a technical issue that even contributed to his downfall. So he will be pretty content at this stage with that performance.
Well, after the water break, it's going to be the man that bowled 35 overs across yesterday, Versami Pramal.
Probably just going on with the arm there for Sammy Pumar, that first delivery. Naeem Young probably best served to play straighter, especially early in his innings. Something like that. Play up the V.
My producer has allowed me to know that brings up the 100 for Zami Pramal. None for 100 Pramal. And there's not many innings that you could look at and see the wickets column as 0 for Pramal. The surface hasn't necessarily been responsive to him, but it also tells you about how West Indies Academy batted yesterday.
On day one, when we were talking about him actually being just 4 wickets away from the milestone of 600 wickets at the first class level, I thought that he probably would have brought it up in this match. But so far, he's gone wicketless.
Yeah, they're certainly not let him into the contest, have the West Indies Academy. And even that in itself is probably why we've seen this type of total.
Yeah, the way they've played against him
Because
as well.
when we think about for Sammy Pramal and the role that he plays in any team that he's in, usually obviously the Guyana Harpy Eagles is his side, but he picks up wickets and he makes it slightly easier for the other bowlers as well. But because they haven't let him into this contest, they haven't given him any. The others around him have been made to toil as well. The end of that one, just one from it. 4-1-2 for 5.
Yeah, he picks up wickets at regular intervals for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but he's been made to toil here in not so friendly spin conditions. It must be said, this pitch has held up pretty well here on day 4. Probably the added moisture around would have aided that. You know, we've gone off for a couple of rain delays. We lost day 2, a major part of day 2. So it's been generally quite good batting conditions, but I still think possibly if we see the academy bowl again this afternoon, it'd be interesting to see how Naeem Young goes about it, especially from this end. To me, he's worked out the exact line and length in which to bowl here at the CCG.
Well, the man they call the Big Mac, Jar McAllister, he's going to have a spell this morning. He's bowled 15 overs, 2 for 69 so far.
It must be that he's told the captain that he doesn't want to bowl from the CIU road end. It just must be. Because how else do you explain this? We've been talking about it for 2 days.
For those wondering, my colleague Malik Richards is questioning why all 15 of the overs from Jar McAllister have been bowled from this media centre end.
At least give him a burst. At least from the CIU road end. Maybe the wind a little bit more to his back from that end. More of the same. Starts with a short and wide delivery outside that off stump. Naeem Young obliges. Almost like deja vu.
It's certainly reminiscent of what we saw in what would have been the third spell onwards from Jar McAllister, where he didn't necessarily find the lengths that he was looking for, the lengths that worked for him in his first 2 spells, the first 2 spells where he picked up the wickets. Naeem Young, though, capitalising on that in similar fashion to how Kirk McKenzie would have capitalised on the Jar McAllister spell at the start of yesterday.
And that's what's so baffling for me, is because he's gone away from what actually made him successful in that first spell. Yes, he bowled those short deliveries, but he also mixed it up with a fuller length. And really caused problem for the batters. A lot of problems for the batters. Hustled them. Had them hopping around a little bit. But since then, he's just completely lost his length. It's just been too short. That's a lot better, though. Looks like Sinclair just having a bit of a word.
You just wonder if McAllister has been used best in this match. We talked about the fact that these are guys that have just been grouped together quite quickly, and certainly not many would have known about Jerry McAllister. Obviously, there's Dominic Drakes in the side. There's Zachary McCaskey in the side who've played with him and might be able to offer Alec Athanasis some advice in terms of how Jerry McAllister has been used across the first class championship and maybe why he's actually here in terms of, the success that he was able to get across that championship. But I just don't think he was used as best as possible in this match so far. Granted, I don't think he's really helped his case either in terms of how he's bowled, but maybe just that usage maybe might have helped a little better, or if they had put a little more confidence in him, let's say the other end, maybe, because he was, like I said, he was on the mark at the start of his spell. As I mentioned, he was introduced in over number 10 when the West Indies Academy came to bat. And we mentioned the fact he doesn't bowl well to left-handers, but he bowled immaculately to them. Kept things tight, just the wrong on top of the off stump. The end of that McAllister over, 418 for 5. He asked questions and he picked up the 2 wickets that got things going for Team Weeks. Was given a break, or in fact the rain was the real break that they had, and since then he's not really found himself again. And funny enough, he bowled the second over of the morning yesterday, and you maybe just wondered if that might have felt like he was, bowling the new ball. So could we talk about the fact that when he bowls that new ball spell, he's not necessarily as effective. There's a bit more pressure on him. So could that been maybe a case of somebody else could have bowled the first couple overs of the morning again, then once McAllister got into the game, introduced him. You just wonder if that could be a part of the conversation there as well. As I mentioned, he didn't really help his case, but then again we go back to usage. So, both sides of the coin.
Yeah, I think also he simply just persisted with that short ball attack for far too long, to be honest.
Oi, feel it. Hold on.
Didn't bowl enough deliveries in that slightly fuller length area. It was a good grass covering still. That was the length in which to hit more often than not.
Oi!
Every time he did, he got that ball to bounce and actually carry through with an extra pace as well. I think back to Kevlon Anderson actually leaving one on length,
Come in, boy. Come on,
going
Sammy.
over the stumps, slightly fuller length.
Oh!
But since then, he's just been far too short on what's proven to be quite an easy pace pitch when the ball's been dug in. And he's been really made to pay, to be honest, because his first spell, as you said, would have been immaculate.
Sammy.
And since then, especially Mackenzie was especially severe on
Sammy, keep
anything
coming,
dished
boy.
up short to him.
Go along. Feel it. Well on. Okay, Sammy. Work it, Sammy. Oi, go on, Sammy. Work it, Sammy. Work it, Sammy. Oi, ball is Sam.
String together a couple dots over Sami Pramal. 420 for 5.
Yeah, but it's still just quite easy stuff here for the West Indies Academy. They've batted themselves into a position of dominance where they're the ones in control. The West Indies team Weeks, are probably at this stage just at the mercy of the West Indies Academy. I'll be hoping for a declaration at this stage. Few batters, Alec Athenes, Casey Carty will be chomping at the bit for a second dig. But that's why you've got to take these opportunities when they're given. You're not sure how the match is going to develop, and with the loss of time, it's truly only turned out to be a one innings match. One innings it's aside.
You're absolutely right in the fact that a couple guys on Team Week could have been chomping at the bits to get back out there. They mentioned it at the end of their innings, and the fact that kept low that one, and he's bowled him. So McAllister picks up his third. Kevin Wickham, his fantastic knock comes to an end.
Well, he's persisted with that short ball attack, but this time it's kept a bit lower. So the first time in a long time we've seen that ball actually just keep a bit low here at the CCG. Here on day 4, McAllister picks up his first wicket. Wickham looking to play that pull stroke, but it just shot through, didn't bounce. And he was cleaned up. So Kevin Wickham goes for what was a fantastic 121. Both Centurions depart here this morning. The 2 wickets to fall, Kirk McKenzie and now Kevin Wickham. Well played, young man.
Certainly well played indeed. Raises that bat and deserves the claps that he's getting. 221 for Kirk McKenzie, 121 for Kevin Wickham. And you certainly cannot fault the shot that he was looking to play there as well, because all throughout this match they've been able to trust the surface. And you'd have to say the surface lied to him on that particular occasion. It was a rank short ball. Got into position to play it, but it just never got up out of the surface. So certainly no flaws or fault in the shot that Kevin Wickham was looking to play there. Another fantastic innings comes to end. And Mali, I'm not one for theories and superstitions, but I'm looking at 221, 121 and 421 on the board.
I'm not sure the significance at the end of the day. I'm trying to put it together.
Neither way, I just like the 21 at the end of it.
Good.
Right arm over 4 count.
I tried. Just like Jai McAllister, you can't fault his effort, to be honest, in this match. He's run in every time he's been given the opportunity, and on that occasion, he's picked up what's proven to be his 3rd wicket here in the innings.
Joshua Bishop strides out to the crease, and he greets that delivery from McAllister with a full bat face.
It's interesting to see how Captain Young goes about his innings now, whether he looks to be more positive or just looks to bat time.
Yeah, I think given that he had his feet up all yesterday, he's been looking for his time in the sun.
Oh. So fuller length now from McAllister. Just mixing up his lengths a lot better at this stage.
Probably confidence certainly helped by the fact that he got that wicket. Obviously, he would look back and know that he didn't have much to do with that dismissal. It was more so the surface on that occasion, but you take whatever help you can get, especially when a team has pounded you into the ground like this and made you stand up in the sun all day yesterday.
Did he get far across that one? No, not quite. Maybe just angling down that leg side. But all of a sudden, he's just gone for a fuller length here. He's learned, but he's probably learned a bit too slowly for my liking. You want to see these players adapting a little quicker. Yeah, just going down that leg side. Honing in on these pads, on the stumps. Right-handed Bishop. And short, well played.
Chance of a run out. Umpire Duguid says no, he's home. 2 runs to close it out. A wicket for McAllister. Success for Team Weeks. It's 423 for 6.
Team Weeks is trying to use their experience there. He's coming back for 2. Bishop hustling. It was going to be close. Yeah, got back relatively comfortable, to be honest. We'll have a double change now. Terry Laraji and Vernon Springer with the West Indies Academy, 423 for 6.
Thank you very much, Mali and Joel. They look like I think we should have kept them on because the Team Weeks certainly would have enjoyed their spell, Terry. They got 2 wickets.
Most definitely. We couldn't bring them a wicket. They picked up a double strike and the 2 Centurions. Oh, what a wonderful partnership that was between Kevin Wickham and Kirk Mackenzie.
It's a long time we haven't seen that sort of batting.
Definitely.
And you know that there's hope out there when you look at the approach from Mackenzie and Wickham. And you hope this can go from strength to strength. See, some folks been commenting about the pitches in the Caribbean. I think the only proper cricket pitch that you can talk about is the down in Sammy
St. Lucia,
in St. Lucia. All of the other tracks have just totally been just real flat. So we just can't beat up on the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and wherever else. We just need a total overall as to some dominance. If Cricket West Indies are the ones who are controlling and paying, then we need to have a conversation with all of the curators and the groundsmen around the region to have a buy-in as to what the concept is and how best we're going to be able to promote this product.
Yeah, because Cricket West Indies did start. Did start having a look at the pitches and trying to spice them up, if you like, and make them true, proper cricket pitches. But that's sort of gone quiet over the last couple of seasons.
But it's not a matter of so much of the quiet. It's the attitude. And you got to understand, Terry, the Cricket West Indies, they don't own any grounds.
Right.
And that's almost like a full-time job. So, yes, they've employed Ken Crafton to move around and give advice and assistance. But he's just only one person. Like I'm saying, you got to bring everybody around a table, and everybody got to buy into the concept of what you're trying to sell. This is West Indies cricket. And so, gone are the days how we would operate the way we operated before. We got to understand that this is a business. And with the ICC Test Championship now changing, where you have home and away, it is important that we as West Indians produce the best services that will accommodate us so that we can compete. If not, we're almost going to look as if we're playing away all the time.
Most definitely, and we'll be stuck in that second tier.
Well, I don't even know if it's a second tier right now. I just think it's just a dominant tier. Test cricket is facing a huge conversation, Terry. How long it will last is another conversation.
Well, it's dominant because they allow it. They allow it to be dominant.
But it's about money now, Terry.
Well, that's exactly the point I was about to make. I heard you guys talking the other day of how back in the day, halcyon days of West Indies cricket, you no sooner arrived home from Australia, you were invited back. And you're invited back because you were putting bums on seats. People wanted to see you, so they made a fortune. Living off of West Indies cricket, learning off West Indies cricket, and if you talk to any one of them today, they say it's important for cricket in general to have a strong West Indies team. Well, I put it to you then, if you are that concerned and you know the problems that we have here and that we face in the Caribbean, the majority comes back to the Yankee dollar, then donate. You're making money hand over fist. Even if they said for the next 2 seasons of the BBL, we're gonna contribute 5% of whatever profit we take. Help West Indies cricket.
Nobody's going to help us, Terry. We got to help ourselves. So we got to come up with a master plan. And we failed our administrators when we were dominant. Really didn't look out. And if we look at the situation, I'll come back to that, Terry. My thought process. Down the onside, full delivery here by McAllister. And Devon Thomas skipping across nicely. If we look at what is happening, Terry, in world cricket now, the Indian Cricket Board would have looked and see when West Indies dominated the world for 20, nearly 25 years. But at that point in time, we dominated the world, but we ended up being a broke cricket board. India has decided that's not going to happen to them.
Close.
He's out like before.
Yeah.
That kept low. He came right across his crease there. Naim Young missed a straight one. And Naim Young goes back LBW to McAllister. That's a good decision by Gregory Brathwaite.
Yeah, excellent decision there by Brathwaite. Ball did keep a little low.
Let's look at it, Terry.
But full and straight is the order of the day, obviously, for Team Weeks. He came right across this one, did Naim Young. Watching the replay now. Looks pretty good to me.
Wow.
Looked good live, and I think it was out.
Yeah, I think his head also sort of moved to the bat face didn't really come down straight enough. And on a 4th day, the tracker started to just keep low. So I was talking, Terry, I was saying to you, let's look at what India has done. And India sent a serious message not only to the world, but to ICC. They control the shots. And they're saying, hey, hold on. You can't come and control this thing. We control this. Even to the sponsors, the Indian Cricket Board determines as to who ICC speaks to. You know, you just can't come in and just say, listen, we're going to come in and speak to Terry. No, they control almost everything. So you have a point now where they're the only board that are not allowing their players to go anywhere else, because what they've done is that they have generated generational wealth to be able to look after their cricketers. Now, there's politics to that, Terry, because there are some folks in India who are saying, well, listen, I'm not getting a piece of the pie. Why should not I be allowed? You almost have a point where it's almost like slavery. But I'll come back to that in terms of my whole point. Here is Clark just steering this one right down onto the offside and getting straight away off of the mark. So if you look around at it, Terry, you might be in the Indian system, but you are not allowed to go. You can go, but you'll be banned.
Right.
So again, is that a good thing? Is that right? No, but they're in power. Yeah. They're in control, so they call the shots. I would have thought, unlike us in the West Indies when we were dominating the world, we had our players go out and export it there. But we maybe weren't thinking the way how the Indians are thinking today. Ooh,
another one.
Kept low. This is going to be interesting.
Very interesting.
You lead by 25. See how Naim Young will bowl on this track here. So Team Weeks maybe getting a little worried, because this ball is now beginning to creep.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. If they could get a lead up over 100, it could be a very interesting afternoon here at Coolidge. The ball keeping low, and as Marley and Joel were discussing, the West Indies Academy looked to be the ones that had their head in the game.
Dead. Ooh, height.
Yeah, he got a good stride.
Yeah, he got a good stride in, I think, and he was going up. Again, Gregory Brathwaite under pressure. I wanted to offer, and let's look at this one here again, just to make sure. Joshua Bishop. Going up, height.
Yeah.
And it looked like he might have been kind of going down to, he kind of played around this pad. I was looking at the last 10 years, Terry, from 2013 to 2023. And we're looking at the amount of test matches Cricket West Indies would have played. 83 test matches from 2013 to 2023. I'll come back to that. Back and across and defending a nice delivery. And we make a comparison to the ODIs. From 2013 to 2023, 172 ODIs. We go up now, Terry, to T20s, 133. So you understand the model, and I'm only just talking about a 10-year cycle, from 2013 to 2023. And if you look around the world, you would see almost the same trend outside of the big four, which would have been England, India, in terms of over the 10-year cycle, how many test matches that they would have played as compared to the increase in white ball cricket for ODIs and T20 cricket.
Right. Yeah,
so as much as we are saying that we want our young players to play test cricket, we're playing limited test cricket. We went to Australia and played 2 test matches.
That's right.
You can't really give somebody, you travel around the world to play 2 test matches.
I think 2 test matches is
an insult.
Ridiculous. Yeah, most definitely. You can't get a good indication. You can't have a proper competitive series, regardless of who the 2 nations are that are competing.
The minimum should be 3 test matches.
Right.
Swept away. Down to Drake's, who's coming around there. They only get 1 run. It's a good shot.
Nice looking shot, though.
Yeah. From Clark. Looks organized, playing that.
Not afraid to sweep.
It's a long time I haven't seen number 7, number 8 get out the broom. So let me have a look at Clark some more here. Sweeping Permal. While Bishop is driving. Just 2 completely characters. I'd like to see how this contest goes.
It could be very interesting.
428 for 7. No wickets for Permal yet.
Oh,
Gets one now.
Gets it.
He didn't get to the pitch of the ball there, Joshua Bishop, and his hands just went through. Didn't get anywhere close to the pitch of the ball, and Kevin Sinclair taking a very easy catch. And finally, Vasami Permal gets his first wicket. 106, 1 for 106 so far. When is the last time that you would have seen Vasami Permal toil so hard?
Definitely. I was going to say that they've been playing him very well, almost with contempt. And then he picks up his first wicket, but that will do him the world of good. 27 the lead, 2 wickets remaining.
So if we're serious about Test cricket, Terry, then there has to be a balance. It's like looking at the FIFA World Cup. There are stages, but they have more countries. They have 222 countries, while in Test cricket, we just have a minimum of about 10, 12 countries.
Right.
So you have small countries like Ireland. In fact, we're being placed into the bracket of Ireland now, where we're almost struggling to play championships or play test matches, simply because of the cycle of the ICC Test World Championship cycle. So if we're not playing 3 test matches, you can't really send somebody, Terry. I can't pick you for 2 test matches.
No, and especially if you're looking at Test cricket and you're looking you wanting your players to play Test cricket. If they do that, if they take for example a Craig Brathwaite, right, that his game is totally suited to the longer format. If you're only playing 2 test matches and then you've got a 3-4 month break before you play your next test, that is where it falls apart. And it would be very hard to keep youngsters in the system if that's all they're playing.
So Ashwin Ned comes out. Couldn't understand why Permal has pushed back Niles Smith. You're on top. You got to bring your mid on and your mid off in and close down the whole angle. I really don't see Ned playing a big drive into this area, but Joshua Bishop, he proved me wrong, so maybe Ned, he's going to be out. He's out like before. He didn't know anything about that one. Arm ball.
Well ball, Vasami Permal.
And he's been outsmarted. Your left-arm spinner, you can't get outfoxed by the veteran. He was neither forward nor back.
No.
Didn't know anything about that, Ashwin Ned. There's one thing you got to do. You got to look to get back onto the ball.
Yeah, look at him here in the replay, just totally stuck on the crease, didn't read it. And as you said, Vernon, beaten by the quicker one, the arm ball, straight on. No hesitation there by the umpire. But interesting times, though, just the 1 wicket left. The lead is only 27.
when you're a left-arm spinner, you can't get out that way. And Ashwin Ned, there's one thing that you try to do. You never let your counterpart get you.
Exactly.
You're a left-hand spinner, you know exactly what he's going to be doing. He was neither forward nor back. And he almost looked in misery as if like a net can bat. So I was bemused by that. 2 wickets in that over, and all of a sudden, Purmall's figures read 39 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 106.
He'd be feeling a lot better. That's for sure. But it could be interesting times over, and if they come out with an attitude that...
interesting.
Yeah, we could knock up a bit of a run chase here in the
No, it's not a matter of run chase. It's going to be very... Team Week's going to have to bat properly, because if they don't, they can find themselves in some trouble. Definitely. 9 young bowls a lot more straighter, and you can get the ball to swing around, so they're going to have to respect the game. Right. I think that is going to be very important.
Yeah, so either way, there could still be a result, even though the amount of time that we've lost in this game.
I'm not worried about the result. I'm just worried about how they're going to bat. For West Indies cricket, you want to see Team Weeks really put up some application. And don't come out thinking that, well, yes, we can win the game. Mackenzie and young Wickham have demonstrated, and they've made a statement. It is now for the Brandon Kings, Alex Atenes and company to come here and show some maturity. That's what I want to see happen for the rest of the day, Terry.
Yeah, for sure. But if you have a look at the mindset, and that's what troubles me a lot with our guys in the longer formats. That first morning of the first match against Team Headley, and they had them 50 odd for 5 or around about that before De Silva come and made the 100. That should have sent warning bells off to both Team Headley and Team Weeks.
That this is not a pushover team.
Exactly, that they're here to play.
Here is a big drive here, clobbered into the mid-wicket area. Chandapal is coming around, and they get 2 runs out easily. Now, Clark has shown that he can bat, and I know Simmons is capable. So this is maybe not a pushover by any means yet. It's 11:02, still got some time. And these two maybe could be thinking about batting another half an hour, maybe even up to lunch.
Even lunch, yeah. Another hour to lunch.
Don't think they're going to be a pushover. 9 young has already said they've come to compete, and they are competing. 4:30 for 9. He's defending nicely. So Clark is up for the challenge here.
Right in behind it. But I must say that the Team Weeks bowlers this morning, though, they've stuck to their plans in general. And especially realizing the ball is keeping a little low on
Took
occasion.
them 2 days to understand how to bowl on this pitch.
2 days, though. And
2 days.
Herein lies the problem. That's what I'm saying about the mindsets, Vernon. I don't know. I don't know. These young boys will take their position.
Lovely on drive. Shot. What a shot. Oh, Clark, take a bow.
That was right up there, Vernon.
I love that.
He played it beautifully, straight down the ground.
And nothing is wrong with that delivery from McAllister.
Not at all.
Nothing is wrong with that. That is the line that you bowl to a number 10 and number 11.
Yeah,
but the good thing about it is that Clark can bat.
Oh, if you can produce shots like that, I mean, have a look at that.
A lot of bottom, man.
A lot.
Down the onside. Came off of his pad. You can't fool umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. They lead by 33. So 6 runs off that over. And 4:34. Dominic Drake's having a good laugh with Clark. 4:34 for 9. So the conversation, Terry, will continue around the world as to how serious we are about Test cricket. And if we're serious about Test cricket, we only have to look over that 10-year cycle and see how many Test matches Afghanistan would have played, how many Test matches Zimbabwe would have played, how many Test matches Ireland would have played. And so how we are developing Test cricket when over that cycle, some teams are struggling.
But I was talking to a couple of those guys from Scotland who were here for the Cool and Smooth T20 explosion. And they were saying that is why they put so much effort and emphasis on making not just the qualifiers, but trying to make a World Cup.
Pomal. Raman Simmons is a pay for caught behind. Devon Thomas trying some sort of tactics. Alex Atenez was not interested.
And they were saying, you know, because if they do make the World Cup, then they get a good substantial amount of money.
The focus, Terry, is white ball.
Right, and but what I'm saying is they can set themselves up. Now, my problem is, you talk about Test cricket, you talk about how you don't want it to die out because it's the pinnacle for a player's career and everything like that. But you bring in these developed countries or associate members or whatever you want to call them, you look after them until they reach Test status. And when they get Test status, they're on their own. Now, how can they be on their own and still trying to improve? A, they're not getting as many matches as the top tier. And secondly, they don't have the finances or the interest in the game in their own country. Now, we're unique. Cricket is everything to West India. Cricket is part of the culture, part of the DNA. So we don't have that problem. But the problem we have is exactly what you're saying, Vernon. We're not given enough chances to improve.
4:34 for 9.
So I say you cut out the associate members and you get who built the game back up to scratch. Then worry about trying to expand it.
6 maidens bowled here by Vasami Pomal, 40 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 106. And very positive knock in terms of what's going on. But Terry's greater than that. The funding is not equal.
There you go.
I'm drawing the model of the Football Association, FIFA. Antigua and Barbuda, Montserrat, whatever England gets, whatever Spain gets, whatever Italy gets, that is demonstrated to all 222 countries.
Right.
So
why should I get 1.2 billion and you get $200?
Because I bring the most money. I have
But
power.
who made the game in the first place?
Yeah, we passed that stage now, Terry. We got to live to the reality to understand what's happening. India, the superpowers, and they're gonna call the shots. And until West Indies become a superpower again, Terry, we will just receive the crumbs. It's unfortunate to say that, but that's just the reality of what we're facing.
I totally agree with you, Vernon.
So
but all I'm saying is we should be given a chance to become a superpower again and not just keep us down and down.
But do you think, Terry, that they were? Do you think they were glad that we were ruling the world?
They were absolutely ecstatic when we lost the title.
Oh, okay.
And what did they say?
All right. So now you
no
understand
black
what's
nation
happening.
will ever rule this game again.
Okay, there you go. So once you understand your history, Terry, then you know that you don't have to worry about anything. So don't get worked up. What you have to do is just start the conversation. Continue to have the conversation.
Dialogue.
Yeah, but the problem is, I can tell you, Terry, the mindset is not going to change right now in a hurry.
Too true.
And the focus is, ICC is about making money.
Exactly.
It's a business. And the business of sports, it has some huge dollars in it, and they're going to cash in. In the meantime, India's going to call the shots. Slapped past Athen.
That would have been
McAllister.
something.
Yeah, it would have had to stick on the follow through there. He has certainly bent his back. He's really running hard, and he deserves 5 wickets.
Yeah, most definitely. What I've seen of him this morning in McAllister.
Let's look at it, Terry. To get your hands up very quickly,
Yeah,
that's
he
a
did
big
well.
effort.
Did very well.
That could certainly have made the highlights of the tri-series. That's a big effort there from the young man. They lead by 34. The Cricket West Indies Academy. Raman Simmons is a 0 from 6. Clark 9 from 12. Simmons not interested. Leaves alone. Good take by Devon Thomas. Well, I've asked Joel if there's an update on Jamal Hamilton. I haven't heard any report coming out. I haven't seen Philip Spooner for the morning.
Yeah, stretch it up. He got whacked on the knee, I believe. No update.
94 boundaries have been hit in this match so far, along with 9 sixes. Coming up next, Mally Richardson, Joel Manning. Another wide delivery again. He's trying. He's really trying. You could see him. He's really making an effort. He wants that 5 wicket haul. he will register his name. Don't think he will be on the plane to Bangladesh, but at least he will remind the selectors that, hey, I could be in the conversation too. 4:35 for 9. Simmons not. McKenny Clark 9. You're listening to live radio and YouTube channel cricket.
Boy, good delivery.
Beautiful. So, 1 run out of the over. 4:35 for 9. 142 overs bowled. Coming up next will be Marley Richards and Joel Manning.
Yes, sir.
Easier to go, he don't put that angle, yeah. Right, so line it straight under the D-my ball.
I like too much thing. I like too much thing from hand.
Yeah. 599, but where is it to sit down on that day? Yeah. Where is it to sit down 599? 590 that wicket. Yeah. So get that last one. Keep coming, boy. Oh!
Nearly snuck that one through. From all.
Work it, Sammy.
Really firing in, looking for those pads now. He's picked up 2.
Work it, Sammy, boy. Come on, boy.
Yeah, just 2 away from that 600. Probably won't get the chance to bring it up in this match.
Yeah, you heard the guys out there saying 1 away,
Okay,
but
Sammy, okay,
in
Sammy.
fact, yes, 2 away because he's at 598 now.
No, yeah.
Unless they know something that we don't know.
1 away from them batting, I'm presuming. He's gotten across there. Probably just angling down the leg side. He's gone wide of the crease. Yeah. Probably just missing leg stump.
Oh!
Yeah, they're just asking the ball to do too much
Work it, Sammy. Work it,
on
Sammy.
that occasion was for Sammy
All type of things happening here, boy.
from all. A lot more chatter than we've heard.
For a day or so.
Amazing what a couple wickets can do. Left alone, and that's going to be the end of the innings. Versamy Pramal picks up his 3rd, and the West Indies Academy. They've been bowled out for 435.
Yeah, his 599th wicket. Just going on with the arm there. Misread. He's gone wide of the crease again. Misread by McKenny Clark. And boy, that's as dead can be in this situation. Missing off and leg stump. Nailing middle. So the West Indies Academy are bowled out for 435. In the end, a good response to that first innings of 401 from Team Weeks.
Hard work into those legs for Team Weeks, and this scorecard is the reason for that. Standing out 221 for Kirk McKenzie, first batter to be dismissed today. 121 for Kevin Wickham. If you take those scores away, it's certainly not a scorecard that the Academy would have been happy with. A couple starts in there. Akeem O'Geist and Kevin Anderson got into the 2021 and 26 respectively. But outside of that, there's been nothing else from them but that partnership. 258 runs for them between Kirk McKenzie and Kevin Wickham. A fantastic job by those young men, and I know that coach Andre Coley and co must be happy. 435 all out at the end of it. In terms of the wickets, now we mentioned the fact that they've been made to work Team Weeks. They haven't necessarily helped themselves at times, but you would have to say that they bowled a lot better here today on day number 4. 4 wickets for Jerry McAllister, and just that slight change in length really brought about the results for him here today. A bit of fortune with the dismissal of Kevin Wickham in terms of the ball keeping low. 2 for Kevin Sinclair. And Versami Pramal gets to 599 first class wickets. He picked up 3 here. The other wicket going to Niall Smith.
Yeah, now Smith, very economical, but maybe not quite as threatening as we've seen him in the past. Fair play to Jaya McAllister, as you said, coming back here today, picking up those 2 wickets to go with his 2 in his first spell, 4 for 84 of his 20.
So the story of day number 4 as we head to what will be a draw in this one. West Indies Academy, they lead by 34 runs for Team Weeks. We're going to take a short break, and then we come back. It's going to be the turn of Team Weeks in their second innings. Welcome back to action on the final day of match number 2. Team Weeks, they trail by 34 runs because of 435 all out for the West Indies Academy. To get things started from the media centre end, it's going to be Naeem Young, the captain of the Academy, and batting Tejrani Shandapal and Zachary McCaskey.
Yeah, Zach McCaskey would have had brought up his highest first-class score in that first innings. Just agonizingly 7 runs away what would have been a fantastic maiden first-class century. But Naeem Young here from the media centre end has proven to be a real handful for the batters of both Team Headley and Team Weeks so far. He's regularly picked up wickets. He's been accurate in his lines and lengths. He's generally bowled at fuller length, but he's mixed it up as well when the situation has suited. Can bowl that short ball, quite a slippery bouncer.
It's going to be a very interesting period of play. And what is probably about 30 minutes, just more than 30 minutes left until we go to lunch. And obviously, with not much left in the game in terms of the result, it means that the West Indies Academy just come and give you that real burst here. Right now, Naeem Young would have picked up the wicket of Tejrani Shandapal in the first innings. LBW with Tej getting across and not truly getting the bat in front of the pad. Picked up the wicket of Darren Bravo as well from around the wicket from this very end as well, with the ball keeping low. And I said that because Jeremy McAllister, the first signs of the ball truly keeping low were seen when he came into bowl with that dismissal of Kevin Wickham.
Yep.
And a couple deliveries after that as well. And Jeremy McAllister actually started to bowl a lot fuller as well and reap the rewards for it. And funny enough, the lengths that he was bowling outside of the Kevin Wickham dismissal is the type of lengths that Naeem Young bowls as well. So we could be in for a very interesting time here ahead of lunch.
Yeah, in day one, the inconsistent bounce was a regular thing, especially in that towards the back end of that match. Quite a few deliveries kept low. Also, a few bounced quite disconcertingly as well. But here, just today, on day 4, you said Jaya McAllister. Just more consistent in his lines and lengths. That fuller length as well, more threatening. Naeem Young, though, he's been the best exponent, I think. Once again, just holding its line outside that off stump. So he's accurate on the money on that first over. Starts with a maiden. Team Weeks, none for none.
Headley,
Yeah, good start
let's rock the field for them.
for the Academy and Naeem Young, keeping things quiet at the start. You certainly probably don't expect Team Weeks to really go with much of a flurry or a hurry given how things have been painted for us here. But then again, you just never know what the approach for them will be. Ramon Simmons is going to be the man to pair Naeem Young coming from that CIU end. The voice of Kevlon Anderson coming through. Boisterous there. He's had a good rest and he's singing. And you would have to say that the Academy boys will enjoy this period because there's really no pressure on them. They've done the job in technicality already by piling on the runs. And now it's just for them to come out here and enjoy this cricket, enjoy the little fielding session that they will have.
Yeah, they'd be happy to have taken first innings points, as you'd say. Here they've been the more dominant team in this tri-series so far. Simmons just a little bit of shape there. If you remember back to that first innings, he came in as a replacement for Kelvin Pittman and would have only bowled some 1.2 overs. Picked up 2 wickets in that time. Now he's given the new ball. He's given the chance to bowl an extended spell here. Good opportunity to have a look at the young man. Someone who would have played quite a bit of limited overs cricket in the last year or so. The CPL, Hero CPL, Regional Super 50. as well.
Go run.
Certainly on the mark already is Simmons. The game plan for him in terms of those 2 wickets that he picked up after he was brought in as the replacement for Kelvin Pittman was full fast and accurate, and that did the trick for him. Here now, as you mentioned, the possibility of an extended spell. And it was interesting because this morning he mentioned to me that he's a little short of work in terms of in his legs and the longer format of the game. So it'll be interesting to see what that spell looks like for him, because I actually told him, you're breathing a bit heavy this morning. Simmons said, well, this is actually the 3rd time that I've been bowling since I've been here. That one probably keeping slightly low as well.
So far, they've really forced this CWI Team Weeks batters, these batters, into playing more often than not. An area in which the fast bowlers of Team Weeks probably would say, if they had to do it again, all over again, they'd probably just look to make these batters play a little bit more often, especially with this new ball. So much so that they've plugged that slip region. They've added a 3rd now, so you've got 3 slips and a gully.
There's one thing that you certainly enjoy about the longer format of the game. It's the occasional oohs and ahs that you get from the slip cord. And granted, that ball really and truly, there was no trouble on it, but just the movement that you get adds that just a bit of a excitement to the slip cordon.
Yeah, and the way it just like took off a length as well kind of excited everyone behind the stumps.
3 slips in the gully, a point cover mid-off, a straightish mid-wicket. And that certainly is where you get those oohs and ahs with Zachary McCarthy coming forward to it, not really pushing out at it, but just being drawn to almost play a shot at the ball. Slip cordon thinking, hey, it could be my turn there.
Yeah, they're keen for an edge down there, especially Kirk McKenzie. He should be seeing that ball like a breadfruit at this stage.
I made it over to back up the 1 by Naeem Young. It remains none for none, and 2 have been bowled.
Ramon Simmons is just a little quicker than you anticipate. He's hustling, bustling, gets to the crease quite strong, as he said. You can tell he's got a strong trunk as well, strong legs. The young man. Love to see how he develops in the next couple of years or so. He's played quite a bit of high-level cricket, international, well, not international, but franchise, high-pressure situations with international players. So almost that would have accelerated his development process as well. That one swung through the air. Actually right back into Tejnarain Chandapal, honing in on those pads again. So Naeem Young forcing the batter to play more often than not. And it's not just the swing, it also possesses the ability to seam this ball.
Looking as if he was looking to force that one. Tejnarain Chandapal probably got onto him a little quicker than he expected as well, given that he was caught in the middle of playing that stroke, or attempting to play that stroke. All of the runs for the West Indies Academy standing in the slip cordon. McKenzie at first.
Wickham at second. They shouldn't put too many down.
First runs for weeks go to the bat of Tejnarain Chandapal.
Yeah, and that's his area almost, just on that hip. They'll work away into the onside. It's a little too short from Naeem Young there. He's probably best served to be looking to bring Tejnarayan Chandapal forward more often than not. Maybe doesn't have the biggest stride, doesn't transfer the weight as positively, especially early in his innings. Plays more from the crease.
You what? Yeah. Ball is right hand over.
Reinforcing that slip cordon now. So 3 slips and a gully for Naeem Young as Zachary McCaskey is going to face him for the first time. Clipped away nicely. That gets McCaskey off the mark with 2.
Not sure he's quite found or he's quite honed in on his length just yet, Naeem Young. On that stock length, just slightly short of a full length. Hasn't quite found it just yet.
I think at the moment he's probably looking more so for the swing than for the seam movement. That probably could be it, but as you mentioned, probably yes, indeed, better off given what we've seen from the surface and given what we've seen from him as well. Just putting it into the surface and looking to whether or not it holds its line and beats the outside edge. Maybe keeps low, comes back into the right-handed batter. Goes looking and finds 4.
Yeah, he's been searching, as you said, for that swing as opposed to the seam. Long half volley, but a positive stride from Zach McKenzie into that one. He's away as well. Classic cover drive from the young man.
You've given Zachary some runs there. We call him Zach McKenzie. But
McCaskey. The Maccas. Look at that. It's the stride and the head over that one. Just open the face slightly as well, just to find that gap. But sweet timing indeed.
Yeah, fantastic cricket shot from Zachary McCaskey.
Thank you.
He would be full of confidence from that 93. Of course, you can't carry runs from innings to innings, but that shot certainly tells you that he's in a bit of form. McCaskey overpitched and just timed it beautifully through the covers.
Yeah, Young probably just taking the pitch out of the equation in that over. Oh, that squared him up. But he wouldn't be too flustered with that. Is Tejnarayan Chandapal. What isn't one of those players who's overly concerned about his aesthetic, how he looks at the crease. Just aims to be effective, keep out good balls, and looks to pounce when his scoring areas are presented. More often than not, that's a clip through the leg side. Full ball just outside the off stump allows him to free the hands. But more often than not, nuggety type player, nudger, worker of the ball.
The thing about it is that as a top order batter, you have to expect at times that bowlers will get you to square up. You know, the ball is moving a bit. Sometimes the surface may be doing a bit. And you just expect that at times you will get out of shape. But as long as the bat gets down at it, as long as the umpire doesn't raise the finger, then you're good to go again.
Yeah, that was a hallmark of his dad as well, who used to always just believe in being there for the next delivery, regardless of what happened. That was sweetly played though. Kept his shape. There was more side on into that one. Transferred the weight quite nicely. Solid block. the ability to really wear an attack down Tej Naran Chandapal. I've seen it at the test level. Only played just the 6 test matches so far. He's got a best of 207 not out. That would have been against Zimbabwe.
You got what you're trying to do, Sims. You got what you're trying to do, Sims. Don't answer too much. Don't
He
answer
batted
too much.
quite admirably on his debut series against Australia, against a pretty formidable pace attack. Announced himself almost onto the international scene.
Just before that delivery, you could hear Kevin Wickham saying, I could see what you're looking to do, Simmons. And I think it goes back to the first delivery where he squared him up. And just looking to get that ball to probably just hold its line or shape away slightly and take the front pad of Tej Naran Chandapal. And that delivery, this delivery here, which is the 5th of the over, probably speaks to that in terms of what Wickham was talking about. That occasion of the ball going on with the angle sliding down the leg side.
I think a short leg in this situation is not a bad position to Tej Naran Chandapal. Tends to just fall over at times. Outside that off stump.
Goes looking for those pads again. 4 bowled, 7 without loss.
Yeah. Going searching for that LBW. He gives you that impression that he can be dismissed. That's the way to try and dismiss him, LBW. He shuffles across the crease. But he watches the ball very closely. Just comes down on it at the last second. He's made this technique work for him, to be honest, and it's one of the beauties of this game. The different styles that you see over the years around the world. Some more effective than others. You know, you think of a Zach Crawley who's classical and plays as correct as anyone, but probably doesn't score as many runs as you know that you think that technique suggests. It's all about finding what works for you, to be honest. And so far, young Tej has forged his own way admirably, I must say, so far. As you can hear, sounds like Simmons at second slip saying, "That's you right there, Skip." He's just honing in on that length. Just forcing McCaskey forward, but not quite full enough to drive. And if he can get that inconsistent bounce from just around that area, it's too short though.
Goes all the way.
Wow.
Timing from Zachary McCaskey.
Wow, I'd love to see that one again, Ronnie. Almost one-handed, it was that wide. He had to stretch to get to that one. Just threw the hands at it in the end and timed it absolutely superbly through that cover region. Carved away for 6 runs. Wow, what a shot from Zachary McCaskey.
Yeah, so no power involved in that one.
All timing.
At one point we were looking for it along the carpet, then we saw it just hit the bank over the ropes.
One scoots along the ground. So if you're the West Indies Academy here, you'll still be quite encouraged by those signs, Joe. Maybe not so much if you're Team Week's batter in the pavilion. But if they can just find the right length and one of those just shoots through, it'll definitely cause problems for the batter. Similar to that. Good length again, but well played. Solid defense. Zachary McCaskey looking very good here. Compact. Solid. Not a massive. Doesn't have massive foot movement, but uses his movement well. Economy of movement. Just looking to cover that off stump.
6 from the over, 13 without loss.
Yeah, I like the look of Zach McCaskey here. He's solid. He's good off both front and back foot. I think his front foot game probably is improving as we speak. Just picking up that fuller length even quicker now. Transferring that weight really well, the young man. Pretty simple technique, very much in contrast to Tejnaran Chandapal. There's a bit more going on, shuffles around the crease a lot more, that head moves probably a bit more as well. It's more square on.
Just asking the ball to do too much there. Ramon Simmons.
Yeah, almost looked like he went for the other one there. Started it a bit too straight and it kept on going from Simmons. Still a bit of swing on offer for him here though.
Timed quite nicely. Can't get it past Naeem Young doing the work at mid-on.
Nothing to lose here, man. Nothing to lose.
The words of Kevin Imlach, nothing to lose, and that's absolutely true. One last burst with the words of Kevin Wickham just before that, as well as we see probably about 12 minutes until we get to the lunch break here on the final day.
You work, Simo. You just work, buddy. Let's challenge your batsman a little more there, Sims.
That's it, young
Pace,
Wicks.
nice. I love the pace.
Let's challenge him a little more. Probably just a little bit too much down the leg side here. Want to be challenging that outside edge of Tejnaran Chandapal. Trying to bring him forward as well. A lot better. Maybe just a little short, but a lot better in terms of the line. At times, Tej just looks to force these deliveries. Probably just look to play with softer hands at times.
Yeah, it's the one that he's been looking for now. Agitation, right? Just looking at Ramon Simmons, as I mentioned to you, the fact that he said he's just a bit under preparation or under work at the moment, and just into what is his third over, it looks to be slightly winded. Gets that one wrong. He's going to have to bowl it again.
Yeah, lost it on that one. The wrist just broke away at the finals upon impact there from Simmons. His delivery stride. So as you said, just probably showing that rust per se.
Yeah, slightly different proposition from here, bowling at the start of this innings in comparison to bowling at the end of the innings for Team Weeks in the first innings.
Yeah,
just the 1.2 overs for him as well.
To tail enders here, he's up against the 2 opening batters as well. Oh, and finds it though on that one. Just touching down on that off stump and just going through past the outside edge. Probably the best delivery he's bowled in this spell so far.
Them next tired. Them next sore, Sims.
That one certainly a diamond in the rough there from Ramon Simmons. A gem of a delivery. That was certainly, as you mentioned, the best of the lot. As we see that 6 again from McCaskey, as we mentioned, timing on that one. I had to reach and really stretch out on that one, but it also tells you about that bat.
Oh man, he's got a serious piece of willow in his hand. Because in the end, just had to throw the hands at it. Bottom hand came off the bat. Get that extension.
Certainly have to say it found the sweet spot.
Indeed,
on that occasion. 15 without loss, 6 overs have been bowled, 11:52 in Antigua and Barbuda in the Eastern Caribbean.
Oh, this one taken off as well, but just down the leg side. Even a leg slip as well. Sometimes Tej just gets a little far across on that onside, and like you're saying, you've got to be looking to try and get wickets. How are you going to try and work these batters out? Not saying you're aiming down there, but Tej does get far across that off stump. But this ball is still hard and new, just some 6.2 overs old. It's probably that older ball that we saw from Jaya McAllister, just starting to keep a bit low. Pitch still good here, still hard wicket. Good grass covering. Still some areas of green grass as well, so this pitch has held up very well, even though he would have lost a bit of time because of rain. Some good delivery. Just holding his line outside that off stump.
I love that. Don't move from there. Don't move from there. Everyone leaving all there, they leaving all there, man. Yes, Naeem. That's it, yeah, Naeem.
That was similar to the delivery to how he dismissed him in the first innings. Joe just getting too far across again, struggling to access that delivery. But in the end, just squaring up a little bit, squirting that away to point.
Yeah, with the technique of Tej, especially to the new ball as a bowler, you probably always feel like you're in the money, in the business.
It's a lot more orthodox there to end by Chandapal. Good over from Young. 15 without losses team weeks after 7.
Hey, Simmons.
I haven't created too many wicket-taking opportunities, it must be said. The West Indies Academy. Zach McCaskey in particular has looked to still be positive when presented with his run-scoring areas. That 6 in particular, demonstrating just how positive he is. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a change though. McKenny Clark in from the CIU road end.
It's interesting because I can hear the conversation coming through the stump mic in terms of one or two players asking for Ramon Simmons to continue, given that they thought he was going to give Zachary McCaskey some trouble. And then the other question was posed with regards to can he bowl one when I mentioned the fact that he was starting to look a bit winded, the fact that he's not been playing much cricket, either not just much longer format cricket, but much cricket at all, really. And truly got a bit over in South Africa, the shorter format, but since then, it's not been much work into the legs for him.
What would be the reason for that though? Would he be carrying an injury or were they on a break?
Just didn't get picked to play.
No, but I mean, he's a member of the academy, so what would be the reason for him being undercooked? That's what I mean.
Oh, fair enough question there then. To be honest, I'm not sure.
Maybe he was carrying something and couldn't train for a couple of weeks, not sure.
Now, I know when he went across to Trinidad for round number 3, he was supposedly fully fit then, but wasn't selected in the Barbados side.
Okay.
But Kenny Clark replacing Ramon Simmons from that CIU end.
Yeah, and that can happen sometimes when you're in a squad and you're not playing. It's not exactly the same. It's hard to replicate that match fitness as well. That's why you sometimes see these guys working as very hard in the lunch breaks, the tea breaks. See guys running around, getting their fitness in, trying to stay as sharp as possible.
Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, Kenny Clark, but I'm sure that he will want to improve on how he bowled in that first innings. Has started a bit wide, and the thing about it is that looking at the time, he probably might not get another, so probably just do one for him before we head to lunch.
Yeah, he'd probably admit that though he would have taken those 3 wickets, probably wouldn't have bowled at his best. A bit down on pace from the McKenny Clark that we've come to know as well. Really struggle for rhythm, especially from this media center end. Got a bit better as he was switched over to the CIU road, but still just looks like he's struggling for a bit of rhythm.
What I can tell you, Mali, is that there's been a change made in McKenny Clark's run-up between the first innings and the second innings. In the first innings, he had 2 hops or 2 skips while he was coming in to bowl, and there were several around the ground that were questioning that in terms of they've not seen that from him in recent times or before. In fact, what was, that run-up going on, and looking at it now, he's completely cut that out. He's now taking 3 slow steps before getting into his run-up. So clearly from a coaching perspective, they've sought to work on that. The end of that over and lunch. Oh no, in fact, one more. No, it's lunch. Yes, the bails have been flicked. Yes, so lunch, I thought I saw incorrectly. But yes, lunch on day number 14 weeks. They are 15 without loss after having bowled out the academy for 435. Still trail by some 19 runs, but in the context of the game, that certainly will not truly affect them. Not out batsmen, Tajan Shandapal and Zakir McGaskey, 2 and 12 to them respectively. And well, it's without loss, so that tells you that no wickets have been picked up by the West Indies Academy thus far. 3 bowlers used in Naeem Young, the captain, Ramon Simmons, and McKenny Clark, just the one for him. So the story on day number 4, we're at lunch at Coolidge. Join us in just about 40 minutes for the resumption of this game.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in beautiful Antigua for the start of the second session of this Headley Weeks Tri-Series match between the West Indies Academy and Team Weeks. And if you're just joining us for the first time today, I am Terry Larachi, and the state of play is that West Indies Academy resumed this morning with Kevin Wickham and Kirk Mackenzie at the crease with that wonderful 200 plus partnership for the fifth wicket.
Because I did study and spin, but that we
384
can't do
for
so.
overnight, just 23 runs behind the Team Weeks first innings total of 401. They progressed along this morning to 435 all out just prior to lunch in the first session, with Kirk Mackenzie scoring 221 and Kevin Wickham a wonderful 121. That gave West Indies Academy a first innings lead of some 34 runs. And we had 8 overs prior to lunch of the Team Weeks second innings, and they're 15 without loss. Zach McCuskey is on 12, and Tej Narayan Chandapal is on 2. Jay McAllister ended up with the figures for Team Weeks in the West Indies Academy first innings. He took 4 for 84. A couple of balls just keeping a bit low on this, the fourth and final day here at Coolidge. So far, no alarms for Team Weeks in their second innings. Of course, be looking to spat out the day's play at these West Indies Academy boys, who have shown a great application and attitude right through this series so far. Be thinking to themselves, snare a couple of quick wickets after lunch, and you never know what might happen. It's going to be Naeem Young, captain of the West Indies Academy, to take up the attack, and he's bowling to the left-handed Chandapal. Spot on. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Chandapal. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off. On the offside, and mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the fine leg boundary. On the onside, as in comes Young now. Res a bit. Chandapal plays it down safely onto the offside, no run. Score remains on 15 without loss, so overall Team Weeks trailing by 19 runs. Really dominated proceedings here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Beats him with a good delivery there by Naeem Young. Pitched, moved away from Chandapal. He was committed to the stroke. Through to the keeper. Imlak, and there's no run. It's very impressed with the West Indies Academy, though. As I say, their application and dedication to the cause. After again, Chandapal pulls inside that delivery, lets it pass outside the off stump. And after Team Weeks getting 400 against them, they come out, and even though they lost a couple of early quick wickets, and then on the second morning lost a couple of quick wickets in succession, but then it was the Wickham and Mackenzie show. Young Straying onto the leg stump on that occasion. Chernobyl picks up a comfortable 2. He moves on to 4. Scores 17 without loss. And what a wonderful partnership it was, and what a wonderful sight to see as far as the future of West Indies cricket is concerned. 2 batsmen played extremely well. Kirk McKenzie 50 overnight and batted the entire 3rd day. Young in again. Paul plays that defensively up to mid-on to complete the over. So that's the first over after lunch. And Team Weeks has progressed on to 17 without loss. Yes, but in that wonderful partnership and just the way they went about their business, picked the right balls to hit and showed tremendous application, as I said, and patience. Patience is the key, of course. It's not as if they're playing on absolute graveyard here at Coolidge. There was something in it for the bowlers. As long as they were prepared to persist with a good line and length, which I thought yesterday they just strayed from that, did Team Weeks bowlers. It's going to be Kenny Clark to take up the attack from the northern end. He bowling to 2 slips and a gully. To McCuskey, wide outside the off stump. So 17 without loss. Of course, West Indies Academy took a first innings lead of 34. They've knocked off exactly half that now at 17 without loss. Personal pride and personal gains to still play for in this match. West Indies A team tour to Bangladesh just around the corner. Clark in again. It's clipped down to fine leg for 4 runs there by McCuskey. Straying slightly, overcompensating for that wide first delivery, which was way outside off stump. That one just into the pads of McCuskey. No trouble at turning it around the corner. The fine leg is very wide down there on the boundary. So 4 more to McCuskey. He moves on to 16. Scored 21 without loss. He got a lot closer to the stumps on that occasion, did Clark, heel directed down the leg side.
I'm not catching that extra cover.
Easy
So you get in there, you get catch that cover. You done about? You want to swim both ways there? Ah, boy, I'm not going to big up swim.
Discussion going on, as you can probably hear through the mic.
We can run all boy past
the boundary.
We can run all boy past it, then we can clip it and post it.
Where they can
Set up
their field to McCuskey. He's been in good form this season. I think he's another one that they should look at for the West Indies A tour to Bangladesh. Scored over 300 runs in the West Indies 4-day championship. And top scored for Team Weeks in the first innings with a 93. Spot on target there by Clark. Good delivery. Defended well by McCuskey. There's a few that should be on the selectors' radar, that's for sure. It's come out of this tri-series, which has been a great initiative by Cricket West Indies. Couldn't afford to have the 2 rounds of the West Indies 4-day championship. But continuing red ball cricket with this tri-series is excellent opportunity for players on the verge or being spoken about around the region, have the opportunity to stake their claim for a place West Indies test side.
Oh, keep working, keep
Of
working.
course, another opportunity with the tour to Bangladesh, which is a reciprocal tour. They were here last year, I think it was, for an A-team tour. This time it will be played in Bangladesh. Clark again, too wide outside the off stump. Full delivery and left well alone by McCuskey. 21 without loss.
That area.
Don't trouble me when I eat your thumb.
Welcome Marley Richards back to the mic.
Good afternoon, Terry.
Marley.
That delivery actually just looks a bit more like the McKenny Clark that we've grown accustomed to seeing in his young career so far. It just seems to be finding a bit more rhythm now.
Yeah, most definitely just warming up to the task in that over. Sprayed a few down the leg side and a bit too wide outside the off stump, but once he gets his rhythm and his line and length correct, he can be a handful, as we know.
Sometimes it's pretty similar to a batter being a little out of form, but just feeling that one ball off the middle of the bat, playing that sweet shot, and, you know, they're away. Let's hope it's a similar case here for McKenny.
Naeem Young will continue from the southern end of commentary box end. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Chandler Pauls. He'll be coming round the wicket to the left-hander with two slips in the gully in place. McCuskey in the runs again. He's got to start again. 16 off 28. Chandler Paul moves into line with that one. Knocks it to mid-wicket and there's no run. But we were saying about McCuskey off air just earlier, Marley, that he's another one that they should be looking to carry on the A-team tour to Bangladesh.
Yeah, you're trying to accelerate the learning process as quick as possible for a lot of these guys. And yeah, probably wouldn't have picked up a first-class century yet, but you've seen the potential. You know, he's gotten into the 90s a couple of times, and we're at that stage now where we're going to have to start blooding a few of these guys at the higher level, not saying international, but with these developmental tours such as the Bangladesh tour, A tour coming up and the like. It's a perfect opportunity to give these guys that valuable international experience.
Yeah, most definitely. And he had a good West Indies 4-day championship. He scored over 300 runs. And as you say, yet to break the 100 mark. Got close in the first innings. Top scored with 93. So you can see that it's coming. And the potential is there for him. There's a few around. You feel... not many people talk these days about, say, like a Solazano, who's unlucky, drafted into the test squad, taken on the tour to Sri Lanka. Young in again, Chanapur right behind that.
I think Solazano in particular is one that I think probably wouldn't have come back with the weight of runs, you know, that
were necessary. But how unlucky, eh?
Very unlucky.
Being knocked out without facing a ball, and then struggling to regain his form, as you say.
This is the ruthless nature of elite sport, though.
Definitely. To
be fair, it's just something he's got to suck up and deal with and try and really force his way back into the reckoning through runs. I mean, he was given opportunities, to be fair. I think back here to the last time England would have toured. He was in the President's 11 team here against England, almost an audition. I think there was one or two batting spots possibly available. Casey Carty would have scored a half century. Devon Thomas would have missed out on the opportunity, but since then would have gone on to play Test cricket.
Chandapur plays that uppishly between gully and point, but it'll run into the boundary for 4.
So just a few would probably have just nudged ahead of him in the pecking order, especially in the just concluded season. He would have played quite a few games, but like you said, it would be a McCaskey with his 300 runs, probably forcing his way into the reckoning and just maybe pushing Salazano down that pecking order a little bit. But he's still a young man.
Yeah, most definitely, and at least opportunities like this, and we can see the talent coming through. The more matches they play, obviously, the better that will be overall for West Indies cricket. There's another one, Shane Mosley, damaged his knee, I think it was, in the opening match.
Yeah.
He was looking for a big series in this series to back up
His good
West Indies
series
championship.
as well.
Yeah.
His good, domestic season, sorry.
Sharper delivery there by Clark, just bounced on Kasky a bit.
So just a bit more in terms of the cloud cover here, making it probably just a little more favorable for the fast bowlers, not quite as hot. These overcast, humid conditions.
And it's
as
been
well.
extremely hot though.
Yeah.
Malik.
I mean, they've actually doubled up on the water breaks in this match because of the excessive heat warnings here in the last couple of weeks.
Shot, well fielded.
Actually
No,
beat
went
it.
through.
Yeah. Sweetly timed. They made a sweet sound in our ears, didn't it?
Yeah,
Smack dab out the middle from Zachary
Line
McCaskey.
them up.
sounded great off the bat.
And that's good to see him as well in terms of his proficiency of both the front and the back foot. He's played these shots off the back foot a couple times here in this match. When he does,
Top shot, that one.
got on top of it. Looks a very classy player.
And a pull shot this time through a mid-wicket out towards the boundary. Right, just pull up just inside. Run 2, coming back for the 3rd. And make it comfortably. So good run in there between McCaskey and Chandapur.
Yeah, very, very good running there. Probably a little early on that shot ball. Probably just holding a bit up in the wicket.
Love that.
It's probably a bit early onto that one,
Probably even met
McCaskey.
score out, Dominic.
But there's vacant area there through mid-wicket. Picking up 3.
Sam.
Pitches here at Coolidge lately have been a bit too paced, though.
They have been at times, especially as the matches have worn on. Day 3, day 4. Haven't quite seen the amount of turn that we would have seen in the first class season. I think assistant curator Kadeem Phillip would tell me that probably these wickets have a bit more grass on. They've really watered them heavily in the last couple of months or so. Just really trying to ensure that they last. It's been very dry here in Antigua.
Extremely dry, yeah. But the weather's been funny. I mean, like the other day, when we lost all that time on day 2, and that was just after lunch, about this time, just after lunch on day 2.
Just came out of nowhere almost.
Came out of nowhere, and not only that, in town, not a drop. Oh, Robo.
Yeah, you could tell McKenny Clark just bounding in a bit more. Probably just starting to find that rhythm again. Little smile on his face. Just touched down probably on that middle to off stump, leaving. Chandapur shuffles across. Yeah, just pitched on like middle to leg and kept going. Forced him to
committed.
play. Yeah.
Mm.
With that stride, look at that foot as well, still on that popping crease. So that's the area you want to be in against Chandapur, especially over the wicket here. Looking to bring him forward. He's reluctant to come onto that front foot.
Fuller delivery that time that Chandler Paul squeezes out, but that's a good point you make, Domali. Over the wicket to the left-hander. I don't think our bowlers do that enough these days. As soon as they see a left-hander, they come round the wicket, and even if it doesn't work, they stick to it. And that disappointed me a lot when we were playing Zimbabwe, and that balance. You beat him a couple of times, but then once he got in and with his experience and so, but you never then, when he reached 15, 20, even 30, you never thought
switched,
about coming over the wicket.
Yeah,
and the other man got away.
It's probably almost the trendy thing to do. Very much on trend to just instantly go around the wicket to the left-handed batters. But generally, the guys that would have, I mean, it wouldn't be a new thing, but the guys that would have really been successful at that are the guys that really possess the skill to angle the ball in
take it away.
and take it away late.
A la Kemar
Roach, Jimmy Anderson, that type of bowler. You still got to be able to commit the batter into playing that shot. Well, actually try and create that doubt as to what to play and what to leave.
Very true. But being a left-hander, did it trouble you, the bowlers coming round? As young as in?
Not so much. Where the trouble actually comes in, as you said, is in with a bowler, especially with the ability to bring it back in from over the wicket.
Right.
To a left-hander. Facing the left arm seamer now from over the wicket, that to me seemed to be more problematic, especially with one that could start the ball on the stumps and just go away from the left-hander.
Right.
You always felt like you had to play more often
right,
than
right.
not, and then that's when the ball that just comes back in or holds his line is more dangerous.
Peeled, but I think that was heading down leg.
It's probably planting a little bit, but just going down, bouncing as well. Yeah. Look at where he starts. He starts on just about middle stump, ends up outside off. Just going down, but not a bad shot from Naeem Young.
No, not at all.
A lot closer than you probably thought to begin with.
Oh, that's very close.
That's
That
dead,
is
unless he's hit that. Unless
Boy.
he's hit that. Let's hear what Naeem Young says. Did he say outside? I'm not sure. He tried to pick that up in the stump mics. So it looks like umpire Dogood, Nigel Dogood, and
I think he did say outside.
Yeah.
But that looked very, very close.
we know Chandapal does get outside that off stump. Look at him. He covers. Oh, that's close. Probably height an issue as well. There.
Lucky though, could have gone either way.
But that's what Young's trying to do. That's the perfect length.
But I was just, prior to that delivery, Chandapal to me looks a bit heavy in his crease. Like his feet aren't moving as well as they should be. And he's getting stuck there on the
Stuck
crease.
a little bit, especially when the ball is just a little fuller. Seems like he's just falling over a little bit.
And needs some runs though, Mali, because he only played the 2 matches of the West Indies 4-day championship.
That's why it's good to see him here, actually, in this match.
Definitely.
And in this series. Just went for the little lower there, Naeem Young, just showing just how quickly he's learning at this level. Just dangled the carrot outside that off stump.
Yep.
Just tempting young Chandapal probably to have a flirt through the offside.
I'm impressed with Young, the maturity.
Shot.
Nice shot. Through points, looking for 3, and I'll take 3 comfortably. That very nice shot there by Chandapal.
Yeah, stood really tall on that one, got on top of the bounce. Young just going a little shorter. He Key there, though, is the line. Just allow Chandapal to free the arm slightly. 36 without loss after 13.
But Young, the maturity he's shown over the last couple of years, and you can see his game is growing all the time. Of course, we've seen a bit more of him than maybe other people around the region, because he's played a bit of club cricket here in Antigua for the last couple of seasons.
Cool and smooth, T20 as well.
But he's got all the goods to become a fine all-rounder.
I think so as well, and the leadership. You know, he would have been a standout in his West Indies under-19 World Cup squad with his performances with both bat and ball.
Chandapal moves in nicely and clips Clark down to the vacant fine leg area for 4.
Yeah, that's his area, but also it's an area I think these guys can exploit, especially if the bowler just starts it a little too straight to Chandapal. He does tend to work it quite fine because he gets a fairway outside that off stump. I think a leg slip is actually a very good position to young Tage, sorry. Maybe round the corner, catching, something he'll definitely have to be mindful of, especially in Test cricket. These guys will already be trying to come up with ways and looking at the footage and trying to work out the best ways to attack him. I think that's going to be one in the future as well.
And as you say, his initial movement or his trigger movement is a long way outside that off stump with his back leg.
But what he's already proven already in his career is that he regardless of that technique, he counteracts whatever the bowler is actually trying to do quite well. Spends a lot of time at the crease.
Nice shot again through the point cover region, running out to the boundary, and 4 more.
Yeah, that's the thing about Tage as well. A lot of his innings, you know, a lot of times he probably looks a little ungainly, but then out of the blue you get quite a classical shot off the back foot, high elbow. Very, very effective at what he does.
Definitely. He moves up to 19 with this shot.
Just back of a length slightly from Clark. And look at that.
Picked the line and length very early.
Played it quite late though. Allowed it to come into him. Ran down the hill for 4.
So 44 without loss. That's a lead of 16 for Team Weeks. Right in behind that one is Chandapal. Players will be enjoying the break from the sun.
Yeah, I was just going to say
that. For yesterday.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the conditions here is so much more favorable to the players. They were probably anticipating this morning when the sun was beaming that it would probably be another scorching day. But it's just cooled down slightly since lunch. This one probably played a little squarer by Chandapal.
Yeah, they've got the fine leg very square on the boundary, but a leg slip, as you say, might be a better option.
Especially to genuine pace, you know, the pace that can really get that ball up into the rib cage in that area. You see just why I keep doing that, Tage Narayan is actually quite square in his stances, so he can get a full sighter on the ball, have 2 eyes level.
I wonder where he picked that up from.
Exactly. Definitely his dad. You know, when we grew up, we were told it was a side-on game.
Exactly,
cricket.
yeah.
But he's definitely thrown that all out the window, and he's been quite successful doing it.
Even chairman of selectors these days, Desi Haynes,
yes,
later in his career, was
very open as well. Yep.
Yeah. So So 45 without loss. Team Weeks going along nicely without too much trouble after the luncheon break. Lead of 11. So welcome back, Vernon Springer. Good afternoon, Vernon. Did you enjoy lunch?
Yeah, had an extended meeting during that process, so let me apologize to
Always,
Ronnie
always busy. Always busy.
for that period of time. When the presidents call you, you have to turn up.
Most definitely.
But
Good
45
afternoon
without
to
loss.
Enoch too. I was talking to him before. Impressed with what he's seen.
Yeah. Overcast conditions here,
Yes,
Terry.
yeah.
And the ball is seeming wrong, except that I would like to see Naim Young come over the wicket to Shanda Paul.
Well, that's what we were saying, yeah.
Yes, I know he's got his white ball skills worked out, but couldn't help but listen to Joel Manning talk about Rahman Reefer. Maybe shorter practice in terms of the red ball. There'll be some guys who you would know that they're going to be white ball players, and when they come to the red ball, you can tell. You know, Joshua Bishop is one of them. Simmons. I think Naim Young is almost the same way. Don't know if he'd want to play a longer version of the game because it requires for more work, more craft. But it's good to see him playing. And as batsmen, you really want to get them into the longer version of the game because it will really also help their white ball aspect of their game.
Most definitely, Vernon, because that's the main problem with West Indies batsmen currently, is their technique and defense is always found wanting at the highest level. If they had the opportunity like this, play more red ball cricket, especially in the youth stages, I find that their technique and defense would be a lot more solid.
That comes from, Terry, that comes from the administration of the coaching and what you instill in young players. If you teach young players, both boys and girls, the fundamentals, they'll take it on for a long time. If you teach them bad habits, then it's hard to cut it out when you get to the professional level.
Very true.
So I'm saying earlier clock, the coaches who are coaching these young boys and girls at the primary school level or whatever you want to call it, grassroots or whatever, you have to teach them the fundamentals, which is they have to learn to defend their castle.
Exactly.
It's like, and I always like to make the comparison with football or soccer, as we would call it, and cricket. You make a national team. So you make Antigua and Barbuda, you make Dominica's national team. And the coach is teaching you how to trap. This is a senior team, And the coach drills what he's talking about now. He's teaching you how to trap. You're supposed to know that
before you get there.
Before you even get there.
Yeah.
Loose shot there by McCaskey, and he maybe just needed to just take that out of his repertoire today and know that that shot is certainly not on because the wicket is playing two pace, it's keeping low. Could have got on the edge onto his stump, and then you'd have been there.
Why did I
with a sorry face?
Exactly.
He's got a good time here. I just want to see him confidently, especially to Clark and to Naim Young, get that stride out, get onto his front foot. See, he was in two minds there. Made one run coming off of the Naim Young over there. 15 overs gone, 46 without loss.
Yes, and that's an important point that you make, though, Vernon. You've got to get, we've all been talking about this for the longest time. You've got to get cricket back into all primary schools. It should be part of the curriculum around the entire region. Being, the only thing that we do together and the main part of the culture. But you're quite right. You need, though, then to put in place proper coaches and so that they're teaching the fundamentals of the game correctly.
And let me use the word.
Good foundation.
We might have coaches. You need teachers. Because I don't think people are spending time to teach the boys and girls about the game of cricket. It's just more than just bat and ball.
No.
That's the realization and the patience. You have to have patience. You got to understand that you're teaching somebody something because you're preparing them for life after for 10, 15 years. It's like track and field. You go to track and field, Terry, and just how the youngsters at the primary school level is getting the baton, they're waiting on a baton. You're supposed to be teaching them the fundamentals the correct way at that early age.
Right.
So
right.
that they understand. It's just like we look at the under 15 and we see a lot of youngsters weren't backing up properly because they were not taught.
Yep.
Chandler Paul forcing this out onto the offside. When he's given room, Terry, he plays that shot well. Outside of that, I just think that he's fidgeting
and
into the area and forcing it. He just seems to relax himself. And I wonder if because the right foot gets so far over onto the off stump and he doesn't play with enough soft hands, so he's still looking to force.
And the balance.
Rather than just, play with nice soft hands, boop. And as an opening batsman, you as a batter, you want to be able to just make sure that you know how you're going to get a single. That is important.
Yeah, to me, it just seems to be a bit heavy with his footwork during this innings so far. But once he gets the bit of width, he's played some lovely cut shots through the point cover region.
And you're going to be under the microscope. It's like anybody who comes into the world stage right now, the video analysts, they're going to have footage, and players are going to be disciplined to keep coming at you all the time. Clark just not getting his radar right at all. He's looked a lot better. I was listening to Joel Manning. He was talking about his change in his run-up to the technical staff in terms of Kenny Benjamin, who is also part of the academy, along with Andrew Coley and William Cornwall, who's also joined this staff for this particular tri-series. You could see that. So it might be a work in progress, and he's really more or less attacking the crease more. After that slight thing, you could see that he's still trying to cut this hop and drop skip there. A little bad habit. They get a nice easy single on the offside. That's what you want, playing the ball into the spaces.
There's a couple of them, though, isn't there, going around the region, and they've got that little hop skip. It's like that's what picks them up, gets them into their rhythm.
We almost, and to an extent, Terry, when you look at Alan Donald, he almost had a similar style in terms of what Clark was coming away with. It's almost like he gets up, triple and bongs off, and then he takes off.
Right.
But there was acceleration. There's really not much big acceleration from McKinney right there. Driven, choke cover, 4 runs, half volley. Clark has not lived up to Nimes Young's potential here today. You can't bowl that to Chandler Paul. He's going to pounce on it. He's into his areas wide, and he can hit that one away. So 48 without loss. In fact, it's 50 up. 50 up. Let's look at that shot again. Oh, wide. Anybody can hit that. Even Joel Manning, who doesn't play cricket. Yeah. He's got to dispatch that. So 52 without loss. Good start, good reply back. In the end. And that in itself will put some real pressure. Now they lead by 18 runs. But I don't think it's much of a lead. I think it's a academic as to McCaskey trying to maybe get a lovely nod out here, and Chandler Paul spending some time in the crease. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon once again to the viewers.
Young into McCaskey. McCaskey just playing into the offside and getting an easy single. So good rotation of the strike taking place here. Now I hope that the academy team is paying attention to what is happening. You got to understand that Team Weeks knows their final game is against Team Headley. And as we speak right now, the Cricket West Indies Academy, they are the ones who are leading. Based on how this wicket is playing, Joel, it might be a different conversation. And you don't know if these guys might be thinking, hey, we can get up to tea and get a good score. We can try something against this academy team later on in the afternoon.
I certainly know that is not the approach for them. I'll tell you why I know that. In terms of the result, Team Weeks and to a lesser extent Team Headley aren't necessarily pushing for the results factor of it, and especially given how this match shaped up. The likes of academies and those guys who did not get runned in the first innings, should a wicket or two fall here, will be looking to bat out until they shake hands at the end of the day. For those guys, they simply want to get some runs under their belt, and the result or the possibility of lifting that trophy isn't necessarily at the forefront of their minds.
But I wasn't only just thinking about lifting the trophy, I was just thinking about making it competitive and putting some options and some pressure on. It's a cricket game, and your first objective would not be to say, oh, well, we're going to draw the game. You're going to look at all of the areas as to how you can win the game. Good delivery there by Naim Young. Still would like to see him come over the wicket to the left-hander. He's not bowled over the wicket to the left-hander yet. He's just comfortable to come around there. I just want to see him just try something. You got to learn your craft and get the ball to go across Shanda Paul. Force him, you got two slips, a gully, a backward point. You get to nick him off in that area. That kept low, Joel.
One or two have started to keep low on this surface. You saw it just a bit coming on to the latter stages of that innings for the West Indies Academy, especially with Jeremy McCaster coming from this media centre end. And one or two keeping low for Naim Young as well from this very end. Could pose a problem or two. But in terms of that declaration, Vernon, if they do declare, I would almost say that I'll walk back to Barbados.
No, you don't need to. That's why we had broadcasters. We trigger the debates. Good leave. Over completed. And you can start walking back. Yeah. That'll be a long walk. We're talking about 98 overs in the day's play, Joel. Anything is possible at lunch. They were 15 without loss of 8 overs. And at that point in time, 43 dot balls. Since then, they've scored 38. And they've been a bit more urgency in the whole play. And while we're talking about legends, Joel, I think we want to say congratulations to Kemar Roach, picking up his 500 first-class wicket. And he would have started way back. His career started in 2008. So he's been really a servant. And easily you would say that, life of a sportsman could be 10, 15 years, round into that area. He's been really a servant of world cricket, West Indies cricket. 77 test matches behind him, 261 test wickets, ODIs 125, and in list A he's got 156. He's really been a name, he's looked after his body. And what I liked about Kemar Roach is that when he got injured, he made that adjustment and came back and really reconstructed his entire body, reconstructed his entire method towards bowling. And we could see the benefits of the man now on the world stage. Here comes my good friend, Kevin Wickham. You know, Joel, you always have a cricket son, right? Kevin Wickham is my new cricket son. Yeah. Everywhere you go around, you always look for those sparks. And the first time I saw him at the Cricket West Indies under-19 camp right here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, there was just something about him. It's all about him. Just the way Rivaldo Clark is another person that I like too. Good afternoon, Rivaldo. It's unfortunate that he didn't make it here. Colin Tuckett is another young keeper. Machu Nando. I like the look of Machu Nando. I think Machu Nando, the first time I saw Machu Nando in that same series, Joel, he was the first little young batsman that I see was chipping to a spinner. He was using his feet and getting there, and I said, wow, you don't normally see young players try and chip to a spinner. They tend to just come forward, but he was willing to use his feet to the spinner. That almost rolled. Thank God that it wasn't on the wicket.
Yeah, so not much in it in terms of the action from Wickham, so you don't expect that much bounce from him. And funny enough, wicket to wicket, he maybe could pose a problem here. Wickham picked up a wicket in the first innings, the wicket of Dominic Drakes, and he was elated with that.
And even with that dismissal, Dominic Drakes gave the impression to the entire world and to the umpire that he didn't nick that one off. I mean, the umpire gave him out. You know, it's a first-class game. The umpire give you out, you walk, whether you like it or not. I'm surprised. I have heard a hearing, so I don't know if the match referee would have had a word with him. But I think we have to understand that this is a first-class game. We've got to be careful still. Oh, that's a loose shot, Joel. He just had a heave at that.
Yeah, I think it's just that case of Zachary McCarthy telling himself that he wouldn't necessarily, and no insult to Kevin Wickham, but he would not necessarily class Kevin Wickham as an out-and-out seamer, medium pace stretcher, and it's like a case of he's looking to get after him. Funny enough, that is those moments you actually find yourself playing the loose shot, as we saw there on that occasion.
You have to treat everybody the same way. Joel, made over by Kevin Wickham. As long as there's a cricket game, even if Joel Manning comes on to bowl, you can't say, well, he's not Moti, so I'm going to have a go at him. You know, it just doesn't work like that.
Funny enough, it's just those little things that happen in the game. I think back to when Kirk McKenzie was brought in for his first over. That was when Zachary McCaskey lost his wicket. Not saying that it was a case that he dropped his intensity, but it's just small moments like that where the part-time bowlers come on and say, well, they came to buy a wicket. That not calling Wickham the part-time bowler, but just painting the scenario. So you just hope that is not a case of that here from McCaskey, just dropping the guard a little bit and getting, I guess, a little comfortable with the fact that, you know, he's gotten another start. And now they've introduced someone that you wouldn't say, you know, would have bowled a lot of overs for them.
53 without loss, 18 overs bowled, the start of over number 19. Some 89 dot balls so far within the innings, and Team Weeks leads by some 19 runs. Tej Chanderpaul 26 from 60, McCaskey 26 from 48. This is Nimes Young's 9th over, 2 maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Don't know if we'll see spin anytime soon, but I know for sure that we'll see seam for a little while because it's overcast here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground on a busy Saturday in Antigua. Clipped away almost, just popping up there. Is that Joshua Bishop? Not Bishop. Number 5. Almost didn't get to him, but he was diving in. I don't know if Chanderpaul played just too early or played around his pads. Gonna have to be careful.
Yeah, looks like just falling short of Akim O'Geist out there. Square leg.
Yes, O'Geist just coming in, getting a little more quicker. Chanderpaul forced to defend. It's been a good spell here by Naim Young. Except that I would just like to see him, with the shorter shape that he's getting, to go over the wicket to Tej Chanderpaul. Just tried for a couple of deliveries. More or less induce him into playing at those balls just outside the line of that off stump. Drave on the offside, through the gap. Ned is after it. They're just ambling after it. They get 2 runs. His arm is tested more or less. Ned maybe still young in youth, so he maybe wouldn't have the days of like a Joel and Mali, where you would have to try and see if you can knock some mangoes out of a tree. He'll get stronger as the time go on. The lead is 21. Just would like to see Naim Young try something different. Joshua Bishops, Raman Simmons, throw not very good to Imlak. Two slips, a gully, backward point. They're still searching. They're waiting for their first catch. Who will take it? Bang in short and slap to cover. Won't have the legs to go for 4 because the outfield is very heavy, and they get 3 runs quite easily.
Yes, yes. Better.
Over completed, 5 runs off 9 Young's over, his 10th, and he finishes on 10 overs, 2 maidens, not for 30.
Got on top of the box quite nicely there. Tajan around Shandapal to work that one into space. Takes him into the 30s. Got 25 in the first innings where he fell LBW to Naeem Young. And maybe that could be the reason why Young has actually persisted with bowling around the wicket. Certainly, I do agree with the consideration that he can maybe try over the wicket, see if something could be a little different. But I guess for Naeem it could be, and I don't know, but maybe it could be a case of, 1, either comfortable there, or 2, the fact that he was able to take Tajan Shandapal from around the wicket in the first innings and probably tell himself that there's a possibility for that again.
Clipped away. Beautiful stop by the skipper at short mid-wicket to a Wickham delivery to Shandapal, weighing the number 30. This is how you develop your craft. Be it white ball, red ball, you got to use all of the angles. How close you get, or where you land, all those are important traits that you develop over a period of time to be able to hit the spot. We come bang on target here. And I understand most modern day bowlers, Joel, want to go around the wicket, but from a philosophy of coaching, I just think for the left-hander, you're playing right into his arc, into his area. He can be able to see you clearly. When you come over the wicket, he's almost onto his blind side. Here Shandapal back and just slicing that down to the third man boundary for 4 with an offer there by Kevin Wickham. And Shandapal's his hands, his off track, because he gets so far over into his off stump, he'll always score in that area.
Yeah, good skills and good wrist work by Tajan Shandapal there. The length was what he needed to play that shot. And there's that wrist work, just steering it away from the gully position, collects a boundary for himself.
Much better there from Wickham. He's got to come back and across and defend. And so because of that, right, Joel, I maybe might have brought the backward point feeler more squarer for when Shandapal is looking to play a drive and leave that gap between backward point and cover open some more. And in fact, we even push back the short extra cover. Just as we were talking about there, he's trying to force that to the short extra cover area. And even if Naeem Young is going to leave the short extra cover area there, just bring the backward point feeder a little bit more squarer and force him to drive. Wickham, very businesslike. He's keeping it simple. Bang on target again. And outside of that, wide delivery. 4 runs coming off of the third ball. This has been a good spell here so far by Kevin Wickham. Tajan Shandapal, it's 35. McCaskey's 26, 62 without loss.
Yeah, certainly doing a job that Naeem Young has asked him to do. First of all, keep things tight, not allow much scoring possibilities or options for the batters, but also looking to pick up the wicket. Shandapal, though, in behind him quite nicely. And there's going to be a change of bowling from this media centre end. Ramon Simmons started an operation from the CIU end, just bowled 3 overs. He's going to return now from the media centre end for his second spell in this innings. Probably another short burst given the conversation surrounding what level his fitness is at at the moment in terms of the ability to probably bowl an extended spell.
He too, I feel, will, is maybe comfortable just playing the white ball game. McCaskey into strike. Clipped away. Badly line delivery there by Simmons. His non-bowling arm not doing anything at all, and somebody look like they forgot the field placing. Really, somebody look like they forgot that. It's got to need a more balanced field. Why would he need the sweeper on the offside?
Just straying there in the lines. Ramon Simmons and Zachary McCaskey in the form that he's in coming off of that first innings, and picks it off quite easily.
Now, for me, and this is just my tactics, Joel. 5-4 field for Ramon Simmons, and just keep it balanced, and get him to run the ball across, especially across the left-hander. I mean the right-hander. Want to keep it as simple as possible.
Well, that shot has prompted change in the field. Man has now dropped back onto the boundary. That was a very whitish fine leg position.
Very wide.
And the ball goes from whence the fielder came.
No.
The thing about it is that you can't set field for bad bowling. The skipper asks you to bowl a particular line, you bowl the ball in the leg stump and the man whips it away. Skipper needs to remind you, like Alex Athens, and say, come on, what's the plan? Left-hander comes in to strike now. Let me see what the line will be to Shanda Paul. He's now bowling to a 6-3 field. It's gone past Ned. He won't get there. Down the hill. Oh, he does put it back. Heavy outfield here. But they get 3 runs quite easily. So a lot of running for young Ned today. Half volley. Shanda Paul leaned into it. It's going to have to hit the deck, Ramon Simmons. If you're bowling to Shanda Paul, you can't bowl him those half volleys that are wide in his area. You got to force him. It has to be a heavy length. And these two, after lunch, they've come out to the sense of purpose.
Yeah, certainly slowly but surely increasing that scoring rate, this pair.
They lead by 36. I want to say good afternoon to Raymond Griffith in Ghana, Sean Devers, Akeem Green. 103 boundaries have been hit in the innings so far, 10 sixes. High proportion of boundaries, Joel. We've got well over 800 runs and counting scored so far. Two slips, a gully, waiting. So too is a backward point, a short extra cover, short mid-wicket, and the captain, Naim Young. Mid on, mid off. A lot of banter. Joel. You enjoy that, right, Joel? I see you glued and listening. This is what the cricket is about. This is part of it. Is bowling, played it on. This is what we was talking about, Joel. This is what we were talking about. Looking to play the ball square, gotta be looking to hit the ball more up in front of you. Some shots are just not on. More straighter, more tighter. And trying to force a ball square down the backward point, inside edge, onto his off stump, and McCaskey goes.
Yeah, in terms of the line of that one, probably not the line to play that particular shot. Looking to force that one into the offside McCaskey, bottom edge, onto his stumps.
And his toe was pointing to cover, the right foot, rather than being side on. You know, those are little technical things that you want to think about. You don't want to leave that gap out. The left arm bowling to you, you got to be a little more square on so that the right foot can come across to, to punch if you want to look straighter. But it's a drinks break. Joel, 70 for 1. What do you think would be the approach? I know I tossed a scenario to you, but you told me you don't think that one would be possible. Outside of that, we're now talking, it's what, 140?
The only thing, as I mentioned to Mali this morning, the 2 R's are all that are going to happen here today. Runs or rain. And so far we've seen runs. And Casey Carty strives to the crease now, and he will be hoping to get some runs. I cannot see for any second in my mind the declaration, the possibility that Team Weeks are going to take those very tired legs and run into bowl at these very young men again to hope for a win. Like I said, I would walk back to Barbados before that happens.
Joel giving his thought process on the whole thing, and yeah, that's what makes the conversation important. You want to have that conversation, and they're picking up their first wicket right here. So Carty comes out. He's also due for some runs, and again, on behalf of our entire team here, the 360 team, and our broadcasters here, we want to congratulate Kemar Roach picking up 500 first-class wickets. I'm trying to just look at the number, Joel, and write it. 500. That's a big number.
And quite a bit indeed. I mentioned to Mali we were talking about Versami Pramal and the fact that he is on 599. That there's so many who just dream of getting to 100 first-class wickets. So to get to 500 and to be at 599 in terms of the case of Pramal, honestly, it tells you about the caliber of the bowlers on show. Kemar Roach certainly is the best of the lot going around in fast bowling, and he's been that for some time for the West Indies and in world cricket. So certainly an honour well deserved for him.
Hope that when he decides to hang up his boots that he will be a lovely bowling coach. I could see him fitting into the academy setup or the pace bowling lab of the West Indies in another 2-3 years, because he's got a wealth of knowledge and he understands the game, and he himself can be able to share his life stories coming back from injury and changing his whole attitude, whole mindset. Umpire Leslie Reefer just indicating to Naim Young that this is not a party. Time to get the game done and dusted with. Yeah, I feel for you, Ronnie. I wish you could get another break, but based on I'm listening to Joel, who's got inside information, this one can go right down to tea. Don't see them shaking hands before that time. $70 for 1. They lead by 36. Teddy Bishop comes on in the field for Akeem Ogis. And you want competition for places. Teddy Bishop, he didn't perform well the first game. And the selector said, we're going to put you to sit down to watch. Guess what happened? Mackenzie scored a double. And Wickham scored a century. He will know the next time he gets an opportunity. Doesn't want to give Joel Manning another spot again to get in there. but he's talented. Sometimes, it takes more than just talent. It's your mindset. Here comes Wickham around the wicket to Shanda Paul. Shanda Paul squeezing this one. Down to the third man area, attacking it is Clark, and he fires a return to Imla. He's hitting the bat hard here, Joel.
I want to say yes, but I also want to say
You're
no.
speechless.
Because
Come on, Joel.
It depends on what we define hard as in this context. He's hitting the bat, yes, is Wickham, but
With that delivery, I'm not saying he's hitting it consistently, but I said he's hitting the bat. Every time he bows an effort ball, you can see it. Because the pace when it went down there, that's why I said that, Joel.
I think Wickham will be very happy to hear what you're saying about him at the moment. Let me put it that way.
He's my cricket son. I have to support him. They lead by 36. Carty comes forward. He's on the microscope here too. He'd want to get a nice little 40-50 before this game is called off. He's not as we speak. 39 to Tage, Shanda Paul. $71 for 1. Wickham's third over, not for 5. Drive in, squeezing off. Bishop didn't recover in time. Was more or less posing for the cameras, and by the time he realized that Carty was attempting a single, in which in the end he got, he fired a return with his right hand. Score goes up to quietly up to 72 for 1. Carty's 1. That brings Shanda Paul on strike on 39. Ned licking his fingers. Can't wait for Nine Young to call upon him. Oh my gosh! Did it carry? Did it carry? 4 runs. Let's look at that, Joel.
Yeah,
Did it carry?
It looked like it fell just short of Teddy Bishop on that occasion. Just pushing out at it. He probably was Tage and Shanda Paul's skies have opened up here at Coolidge.
We're just waiting for the replay from Ronnie. And Ronnie's is a master. He's going to come up with this one. Groundsmen moving into position. Wait for a while as Ronnie finds that clip. Here comes Wickham to Shanda Paul, forcing right up into that black hole. 43 to Shanda Paul. Here it comes.
Yeah, the impression the fielders just gave me that idea that it fell just in front of Teddy Bishop. Hard to go forward, especially when you're in the slip cordon. Actually, well short of him, in fact. Yeah, the reaction of them didn't paint the story that he put it down.
But you see the line trying to induce him into that area there. Don't think he stays over the ball long enough when the ball is pitched round into that area. Good over again from Kevin Wickham. Talking, asking some questions. Not for 10. He's got one maiden to compliment it, 76 for 1. Now, you have to bowl in pairs. You have to hunt in pairs. And Simmons has come on. He's picked up the wicket. Wickham is keeping things tight. And this will be a good period of play. Maybe the next 20, 30 minutes to see how Carty and Shanda Paul will handle this draw.
Yeah, the real question is if we will get that 20 or 30 minutes of play. We can start just take a little cue from the ground staff who have all suited up now in their raincoats. I remember just before coming onto commentary looking up at the sky and once again seeing those dark ominous clouds just hanging over. They didn't break at that stage, but you just got the idea that at some point they were going to deposit some rain here on Coolidge.
Team Weeks leads by 42 runs. 6 runs out of Raman Simmons' last over. As he starts from the media center in here at Coolidge. Back of the length delivery. Carty just playing it up to cover, which he should. Shouldn't even be thinking about any horizontal shots today. Rain getting heavy here at the Coolidge cricket ground. Groundsmen moving into position. Umpire Nigel Duguid and Greg Lesarifa Jr. having a conversation. It's beating down. Anytime now. It's kind of playing like a cat and mouse game. It's kind of weighing off, falling, weighing off. Right, one rushing into the tie pad of Carty. He's looking to leg glance. Didn't get bad onto it. These days you gotta have protection. You've ever got a ball hit you in that area, Joel?
It's never a pleasant feeling to have the ball hit you anywhere, to be quite honest.
Still scoring at a brisk rate here, Joel. 3.40. Could leave. It's the line. Rain looks like it is saying, I'm going to keep you guys guessing. Don't want you to fall asleep here at the ground. But it's just maybe moving over. Don't have the major breeze here today at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, if any at all. The flags of Cricket West Indies and the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. Again, good leave again. No need for Carty to even have a look at it. So his approach is that he's looking down the V. And if he's not forced to play, and he's not interested. But Simmons is asking questions with this ball.
Yeah, Simmons is just keeping it tight at the moment, bowling what you would have to say are good areas to Casey Carty.
Here comes Simmons wearing the number 16, the left armour from Barbados. Again, wide again, pushing it. Oh, yes. I want to see him still attack the stumps. Force Casey Carty early in his innings to play. Two slips, a gully, a wide third man, more or less a backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Pitched up. Carty coming down casually on this one. Over completed, made over by Simmons. Is third for the day. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 10 runs, 1 wicket. He's really settled into a groove here.
Yeah, quite a nice spell so far for Ramon Simmons. Just only 2 overs so far in this, but what he has been is economical. He's kept things tight, and that is exactly what the West Indies Academy would want from him. Kevin Wickham is going to continue from the CIU end.
You seem surprised. Come on, Joel. 76 for 1. Ooh. Pushing it a little wider there. Chandapal committing, and then because he's so far over, just pulled out of it. Wrong the wicket comes Wickham. Like to see him try a couple over also. He's back and hammering that. Protection is there. They get 1 run. Clark fires back a powerful return. Score goes up to 77 for 1. Rain beating on the rooftops of the media center in here. Carty looking to push this, but can't beat the cover fielder.
Work on the ball, boys. Keep working on the ball. Come on.
The rain tends to fall very freaky here sometimes, Joel. It comes from west to east. And if it comes from that area, and you know what's happening, the groundsman moving back into position again. Ooh. That had something that's been darting around there.
In good shape by Kevin Wickham there. On that delivery to Casey Carty. The angle, yes, favoured him, but good movement off the surface.
I think this one is serious. Yeah, it's coming from the west. Pretty strange. It's like it's gone around. It's coming back in now from the west to the east. I think the umpires are not taking any chance this time. 77 for 1. Rain delay here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They lead by 43 runs. The fielders go off. So too with the umpires. On comes the groundsman with the covers. And we will have a much rested break. We'll be back with you when the rain halts here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Play is expected to start at 4 p.m. and according to the match referee, expected to bowl 17 overs within that duration. And then right after that, we'll have the final hour where they will be expected to have some 15 overs being bowled. Team Weeks lead by some 43 runs. Play, like I said, is expected to start in 4 minutes' time. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Yes, long rain delay. The rain wasn't that hard, but it was persistent. And then some mopping up to do. We should get some further play in this match, which is a surprise to many. But nevertheless, the umpires are walking back out onto the ground now. Brilliant sunshine here at Coolidge at the moment.
So it's a first-class game, and so Team Weeks versus Cricket West Indies Academy umpires going back out. And so we will see what happens. Mr. Blacks on the manual scoreboard just putting himself into the right position. And almost everything we're in and ready to go. So anytime now, in the next 2 minutes, we should see the batters walking out. In fact, they are just on the brink, giving thanks to the Almighty God. They're out. Fielders not out as yet. Fielders going to have their final pep talk from their coach and captain, Andrew Coley. They're just on the edge of the boundary on the left side of our commentary booth. In the meantime, Shanda Paul is on 44 not out from 79 deliveries. Casey Carty will be looking to get a not out in the process.
Yeah, good for their averages if they can hang on for the remainder of today. Chanda Paul staring another first-class 50. Staring at another first-class 50 on 44. Just 6 away from that landmark.
All right, so here comes Naeem Young and his squad. And anytime now we'll be off and running. Some 51 overs remaining in the day's play. Don't know if we'll get close to getting those 51 overs. On day 2, we lost 192 minutes, which included 48 overs. And on day 3, we lost some 7 overs. So we'll look around and see what's going to be happening in the process of the game. But just between the first innings and the second innings, Terry, a total of 836 runs would have been scored. We're 77 for 1 in the second inning. So very high proportion of runs have been scored. Both teams scoring well over 400. And it's been an evenly matched contest so far.
Yes, most definitely. 401 plays 435. But that 435, though, if you put that in context, a lot of teams, we get 400, the opposition makes 400 against them. They,
for me, it was a beauty, Terry. It was a beauty for me to sit down and look at 2 young youngsters in Mackenzie and Wickham really batting. In fact, Mackenzie batting for an entire day. And, you know, it's glimpses like these that will, you know, give you hope to know that once we have the correct systems that we can only go from strength to strength. What I would have liked to see now is another game and to see the mood now and the hungriness of Mackenzie and whoever.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we'll have to wait for a period of time. So to complete the over will be Kevin Wickham. When the rain came, he had bowled about 4 overs in his fourth. In fact, he bowled 4 balls in his 4th over. So he starts right after the break with a wide delivery. Carty is not interested. And Imlat takes behind the stump. They've strengthened the slip quarter now. 3 slips of gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. And Clark down on the fine leg boundary. Not so fine. Wickham to Carty, getting the ball to dart around. So the over finally comes to an end. 24 overs bowled. And Team Weeks lead by some 43 runs as we speak in the second innings. They're 77 for 1.
Yeah, some nice movement there by Kevin Wickham, handy medium pacer. But the batting was very positive between Wickham and Mackenzie, but also more importantly the patience they showed and the time. Vernon, they occupied the crease is excellent in 259 run partnership for that 5th wicket, which enabled the young West Indies Academy team to take first innings lead in this match.
So, total of 104 dot balls so far in the innings. 77 for 1. Team Weeks batting a second time around. Chandapal is on 44. They got 2 slips for him and a gully. Backward point, Kevlin Anderson in the gully area. There's Raman Simmons to Chandapal. He's on driving, can't beat the captain Naeem Young. Score remains on 77 for 1.
Simmons, of course, replacing Culvin Pittman, which is a big blow to the West Indies Academy team. But a lot of raps on this young Bayesian boy in Simmons. To the CPL, last season's CPL. Well taken, down the leg side.
Down the leg side.
It's basically going through the motions though. Not much left to play for in this match. A lead of just 43 at the moment for Team Weeks.
Stands up straight to a back of the length delivery, punches it down to backward point. Naeem Young in that position. Ned. Don't know if he'll bowl today. See what the tactics will be, or the strategy from Naeem Young. Simmons bang on target with that delivery.
So you watched closely, Vernon, how they the ground staff, who did an excellent job to get play back up and going again, took the covers off. Did you learn anything? How they do it?
You need to get a water hog.
There you go. Hope the right people are listening, Vernon. Oi.
It's good pace, good line. Hope he can bowl that line to the right-hander, Casey Carty. If he's bowling that heavy ball to the left-hander, Chandapal pushing it more or less.
Yeah, we're getting some nice bounce, nice lift, carry through to Imlak, the keeper.
It looks like the longer, now he's getting into his groove. You're really getting to see the real true form of a Raman Simmons.
Over. I can't wait.
Made
Turn,
over
turn,
by
turn,
Raman Simmons. Play just meeting out here. 77 for 1. It's almost like a stalemate. I really don't see the intensity coming out here.
No, it was hard to believe that they even decided to continue the match. It was a long delay, and the state of play that it's in, of course, at least it gives them more of an opportunity. Team Weeks will be happy for the batting practice. They've got a match coming up against Team Headley. And they'll go into that match with only West Indies Academy, the only team to chalk up a victory in the Headley Week series.
3 slips in a gully go down. Carty on driving up to Ned, can't score.
So that would be an interesting match next week. Match up next week, Vernon.
Depends on which 2 teams turn up.
Well, I was going to say, as long as Team Headley's got their head in the game. He's nippy, Wickham.
Joel doesn't feel so. I think I'm around this cricket long enough to understand when somebody is special and have something in them. And Kevin Wickham, he certainly has something special about him. Should have done a lot better there and stopped that Naim Young.
Inside, Simmons!
I think he's
Inside!
get his angles worked out. He maybe needs to come to his right and allow the batter to try and hit the ball. Right there, he needs to just go back and give himself some room, because once he hit the practice areas, it tends to skid on, and it just got past him very, very quickly. He's got to work that out.
Yeah, he almost dived over the top of that one. Short extra cover.
It should have been an easy stop to keep the pressure on Casey Carty. In fact, what would be interesting for Naim Young is to stand right there in front of Casey Carty. And if he wants to drive, once Nickham is going to bowl that line and bring the men off straighter.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just find that the mid-off is coming right behind Naim Young, over-completed. 79 for 1, they lead by 45.
Yeah, I think if he came right in front of his eye line there, could produce a full stroke. Of course, he's got the 3 slips also backing him up, and the gully. But Young, at the moment, is staying in a more traditional short cover region.
Wait.
Certainly getting this ball to dart around here. Kevin Wickham, he's a good cricketer. Joel Andrews just brought up his 50 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Actually, he's been in fine form this season.
He'll be most likely voted as the best under 19. Well, it'll be a matchup with Nathan Edwards and himself.
Mm-hmm.
Lenika Boucher batting at number 4 today. He scored 42 of 26 balls, 38 minutes, 4 cool and smooth bounces and 2 I-net sixes. Shared in a very important wicket partnership of over 101 with Joel Andrew. You know, Lenika Boucher is from Barbados, has flown in at the Pickett Sports Club for participating in the 10th edition of the School and Smooth. Bolans and Pickett's playing for the 3rd and 4th place. He's going after those pads, Raman Simmons.
That'd be just about the second 100 partnership in succession, wouldn't it? With Joel Andrew, he put on 100 with Kalicharan the other day in the semi-final. till Justin Artenez came and spoiled the party.
Yeah, I think they allowed that.
Pigots.
Pigots.
I was looking at the scores. I thought they let him get away too much. They still needed 30 odd with 3 overs left or something.
No, they needed 57 off 7. How do you get
Right.
But it's gettable in today's context. Driven straight down the ground. Lovely shot. Won't get to the boundary as Ned will now pull this one back. Here's a weak arm. Oh. And they were liming. They got 3 runs in the process.
Yes, bit of slack field in there between Ned and Young, but still well run in the end by Chandapur running back to the non-strikers end, the danger end. 82 for 1.
Chandapur goes up to 47. Brings Casey Carty into the conversation, taking a center guard.
Always get the feeling, Vernon, with Casey Carty that he's just one big score, one dominant innings away from really kick-starting his career.
You have to be hungry for batting. And you have to have that appetite. Doesn't matter cricket that you're playing. You have to have that hunger. And how you prepare is how you perform.
Right.
And I've been saying this to you all the time, Terry. We have to look at how we are preparing players in the franchises that are in the Caribbean and organized by Cricket West Indies. You know, our training methods, we have to change them up. You can't have, modern day players going to the nets and batting for 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. That certainly
Doesn't cut it, yeah.
Doesn't, then we asking Terry to bat all day. You have to go there. We have to get the bowling machines, and you got to stay there and you got to put in the work. You got to take off your shirt and let the sun beat down on you. 12 o'clock, midday, and you just batting, breaking that bat barrier. That's how we have to prepare our players. So as much as we're concentrating about fitness, I think we also have to think we're failing in a way by the elements and the technical skills, the batting skills of the game and bowling skills that is being taken away from the concept. You need to make runs, and we need to find bowlers who are going to take 20 wickets. Once you're playing in the big league, this is what is going to happen. So when the selectors sit down to pick, they already know they want 4 seamers, 1 spinner, 3 medium pacers, 3 other options. That's what they should be thinking about. Chandapur is 47. He gets a short ball banged in, but he got on top of it and just looked at it, hit Imla's gloves.
Yes, came inside the line nicely, but Simmons continues to get some good bounce, some good lift. But yeah, that's exactly right, Vernon, that you need to look what you need, what your options are, and then once you got that together, train, not just, doing fitness tests and things like that, but as you say, batting for long periods of time in the net so that they can carry that forward out into the middle, bowlers bowling over after over, so that they're match fit and they're match ready by the time they get out there.
Even the psychology, the mental aspect of the game. How many of the teams have sports psychologists around the franchises? Clipped away into the square leg area, coming around nicely is Clark. Can't stop the second run. Is somebody backing up? Yes, Ned is. It's not Ned. It looks like it is. Can't see the number yet, but it might be Simmons, Raman Simmons.
Yeah.
was talking on the concepts of the psychology of the game. How many of the teams have a sports psychologist around them?
Exactly.
You know, some of the players need help.
But
And
that's shot.
we might think that that is not necessary. Ease through the covers. Casey Carty won't have the legs to go all the way before it hits the rope
Just.
now. 4 runs.
Yeah, got it on a full, I think.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about the positioning of Naim Young.
Where they come?
Was able to place that past Young without much effort. But I was listening, talking about psychology of the game and everything. I was listening to Kevin Anderson's interview, Vernon, after he made the 150 odd, and he was saying that he went and spoke to his then captain, which was Leon Johnson, and the physio, because he had a problem.
Carty stands up and
Shot.
spanks that down to backward point for 4.
Lovely shot, that one. Shot of class, shot of authority, short. Stood up outside off stump and he placed it beautifully back with a point.
Lovely shot. Score goes up to 93 for 1. Naim Young needs to pull one of the slips out now and maybe just enforce the offside based on the length that Kevin Wickham is bowling.
So Anderson was saying that he had a concentration problem, and he identified the problem himself. So he went and asked for the help. That was excellent, I thought. But I've always said we need somebody like a Rudy Webster rather than worrying about who the next head coach is going to be.
Need more than Rudy Webster.
Don't be rude, Vernon. I was trying to be polite.
I'm being polite, Terry. I'm just telling you the real facts. I'm not being controversial. I'm just saying to you that, you know, we can get one Woody Webster, but we have 6 franchises.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's
That's
what
I
was
know your
talking-
point. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. I wasn't being rude to you. I was just saying that
Not to me.
in the context of what is required, you know, we're going to need that. I also feel, Terry, in all fairness, that we maybe need to start checking the players' eyes.
Well, but didn't I say that a long time ago, that nobody said anything and nobody's done anything? Shea Ho, all of a sudden, can't hit a red ball off the square, right? And yet he can hit the white ball all over the place and look fantastic.
Because they're different. They're 2 different concepts.
With 2 different colors to start
No,
with.
well, not even so much the colors, but in the concept what I'm talking about, there's a red ball where more people are going to attack you, while in the white ball you maybe have certain latitudes where you're allowed where you can play certain shots.
I agree with all that, but check the deliveries he gets and check how many times it hits the pings
that
off the
could-
middle
that
of the
could-
bat.
That could be a mental.
It could be mental, or it could be he might have a problem with color.
That
But
could be
check,
mental.
you could check these things out, though. couldn't you?
95 for 1, 28 overs bowl. It can be color because he scored back-to-back test hundreds
He did, but
in England.
right
On the
under
most
pressure.
in the most difficult situation,
Definitely.
the Yorkshire cricket ground, where it's so mercury. So, hey, so like I said, I think it's just down to mental and the environment also. You know, you got to understand, there's some players, I look at Kyle Mayers, and I just think that Kyle Mayers is an attacking player. And in the West Indies concept, you can't have all the players playing in one particular role. You have to have somebody who's going to be able to push the opposition and put them back on their back foot, where you can be looking to score. If you look at the dominant of when West Indies dominated the cricket, we always had somebody who would come in and take control of the game. That's what I think that is missing from our piece. Naim Young comes around the wicket.
And I think the reason why I agree with you, Vernon, and I think the reason why it's missing is because nobody, as far as I know, and even Chairman of Selectors Desmond Haynes is referred to this also. They may want to play Test cricket, but they don't want to bat at 3. And that is the problem. 3 is a pivotal position, but we don't have a genuine number 3.
Yeah, but your best batter should bat at number 3.
Right. There you
So
go.
who is?
So
if you
who's
look
the best batsman in the Caribbean at the moment?
Yeah, but if you're looking at your test startup, I'm not talking so much about the Caribbean. I'm looking at the present
Test.
test squad.
Yeah, right.
You'll have to ask yourself who is the best batter.
Right.
That's where you have to single out. Now, Kyle Mayer's made a double 100 for the West Indies.
Right.
He's going to play one particular way. He's not going to be. He's not a Jeff Boycott.
No.
So don't try to change him into a Jeff Boycott. Jermaine Blackwood is an attacking player. He's going to play shots. He's going to play the West Indian way.
Right.
96 for 1. Carty 15. Leaves alone a delivery from Naim Young. So the point what I'm saying is if we follow the history and the brand of West Indies cricket over the years, and you can go back to Seymour Nurse and Everton,
Conrad
the late
Hunt,
Everton Weeks and Conrad Hunt, we always had an attacking. In fact, fans came to the grounds to see who was going to be the number 3 batsman.
Right.
Whether it was Lawrence or whoever. And they also wanted to see an opening batsman who was very attacking.
Exactly.
In the air, that's why you need that short extra cover.
But in my humble opinion, the reason why we fell into that trap is because once the title was lost and the writing was on the wall but nobody did anything about it, so there was no infrastructure or whatever, when they started building West Indies cricket back, they started building it by looking at what other countries do. It may work for other countries, but West Indians are natural athletes. And that's why you always refer back to not only batting and bowling, but the fielding. Look how the fielding. People used to come and watch brilliant fieldsmen. Now we struggle to stop a ball rolling to the fence. Because as you say, they're not doing it athleticism-wise. They're trying to copy everybody else.
96 for 1.
Why do you think the sliding and all that came in? They came in because those players from those countries weren't quick enough to cut off the ball. West Indians were always quick enough. West Indians would anticipate where the ball was going, all that business, so they could stand on their, they could remain on their 2 feet and field the ball. How many times have you told me that over the last years that we've been commentating together, that they spend too much time on the ground? They don't stay on their feet. And that's all because they're trying to copy what Australia, South Africa, England. Okay, it may work for them, but you can't convince me it works for a West Indian.
You know, identity is a serious word. And sometimes you have to create your own identity. And as West Indians, while everybody else wants to copy the West Indies way, we've certainly moved away from the traditions of the West Indies way, and we're now maybe employing another way.
There you go.
Which I don't know if it is fitting into our plan, but we're back with the action. Naim Young has decided to call upon Ashmin Ned. And this will be his first bowl in the second innings. First time we're seeing spin for the day. And we've seen spin after the rain break. 424 here in Antigua and Barbuda. 324 in Jamaica in the Eastern Caribbean. And if you're viewing and listening to cricket, 96 for 1. Shanda Paul is 1 away from another first-class half-century. He's 49 from 92. Team Weeks lead by some 62 runs. They're starting with a slip. Kevin Wickham at slip. Backward point to cover. Man on the 45. Mid off, long off. And a deep backward square. Ned starts.
Boy.
Push at Shanda Paul. 50 up for him. He comes back for the second run. If he wants, he can come back for 3. No. Casey Carty is not interested. So 50 to Shivnarayan to Tej. Shanda Paul. I'm coming like Mali now. Playing Shivnarayan, Shanda Paul.
Yes, another good solid knock by Chandapur. Needs some runs though under his belt. He only had the opportunity to play 2 matches in the West Indies 4-day first-class championship. Scored about 120 runs. One half century, I think, in that Vernon.
Well,
But a bit
he's a
short on run.
he's human.
Yeah,
So
he's
you know
still still learning
he's
at the highest level.
He's still
Yeah.
a young man. So I'm not pushing him too much. He's only just played 6 test matches, and sometimes our expectation of players,
You ain't actually done.
even Bradman failed. So who is Shandapal?
There you go.
Boy.
Don't even have to go back as far as Bradman,
working it,
even his
boys.
father.
Nothing, drugs.
Shandapal looking to push down the ground.
His father, from memory, Vernon was about 1150s he made before he got his first century.
If he came today, he would have been dropped already. Stands up straight and punches that down the ground. 9 Young is just too close. Gotta give yourself some room.
Nicely played though by Chanapol. Stood up straight as you said and punched it solidly straight back up the ground.
Going Ned, keep going Ned.
Carty.
Boy, nothing. Boy.
Going confidence here, Carty.
Ooh.
Comes quietly forward again. Is J. Chandapal.
I'd like to see Ned give it a bit more air though.
I don't know if you're gonna get that, Terry.
Yeah, he's he brings white ball methods into the red ball game.
Yeah, certainly gonna get that.
Mm.
You have to prepare yourself for that to know what's gonna be happening. So Chandapal's career so far, and I was just talking in terms of he's played some 6 test matches to date. In 2023, scored 293 runs. In 2022, scored 160 runs. So, pretty young career by his standards. Squaring him up completely there. So Raman Simmons bang on target. Versus South Africa, he had a torrid time, 35 runs. Against Australia, 160 runs with a half century there. Average of 40.00 against Zimbabwe, 207 not out. So pretty young in his entire format so far. Bang on target, looking to push that, can't score. So overall, he's got 453 runs and an average of 45.30. So he will be under the microscope for some time, Tej Chandapal.
Yeah, for sure, as he still learns the craft at the highest level. He tested him out in Australia and then once again in South Africa with the short pitch bowling. The only thing I would say about that is that at least he looked to take the short balls on. I think that's a huge problem because West Indian batsmen these days aren't used to playing on bouncy types of surfaces, as we were talking earlier today. They get caught in two minds whether to duck or have a go and end up getting themselves in all kinds of trouble.
I think he'll remember his debut against the Leeward Islands. Scott Hamilton bowled Lionel Baker. Good afternoon, Lionel Baker. He's back and looking to force that, can't score. Ghana in that game would have scored some 279 against the Leeward Islands. Chandapal in the second innings, he was run out for 32. So that seems like a long time ago. In fact, that game, first time he put more was a captain. And I'll tell you who's the captain for the Leeward, Sylvester Bunsen Joseph.
What?
Yeah, that team had in Monsnor, Justin Richards, Orlando Peters, Sylvester Joseph, overcompleted, Steve Liebert, Jama Hamilton, Tunita Willett, Larry Joseph, Gavin Tung, Lionel Bacon, Anthony Martin. That seemed like a long, long time ago. Terry. And that was way back. That was in 2013.
13. I was going to say 14.
2013.
2013.
That's when he made his debut. Jama Hamilton had just come onto the scene and had really lit up when he just first started. Scored 106 in that game. So quite a lot of play for us. So when you see Shiv,
Keep working,
you see
there,
young
boys.
Chandapal,
Keep going, Neddy. Keep going,
he's
Ned.
quietly going about his business in a very efficient way. Ned.
Oh, lovely,
to
Ned.
Carty.
Ball, Neddy. Ball, Neddy.
And been around for
Into
10
your
years.
work. Into your work, Neddy.
Easy. Easily 10.
Keep going, boys. Oh, ball. Done correct.
They're finding some energy.
Here, boys.
The Cricket West Indies Academy.
But the mindset
Neddy.
and the
Down the
energy,
channel, bud. Down the channel.
body language, been brilliant.
Nothing. Ball,
Man on
Neddy.
target again.
Working, Ned.
But just looking at Ned and the way he's bowling, and he's bowling
Going that shot.
like
Oh, lovely,
like
Neddy.
with,
Lovely, Neddy.
white ball cricket, where he's just darting them in. You'd love to see him try and extract any turn that there is in the pitch, or at least give it some air
Oh, ball,
to
Ned.
entice the shot. And I'm not just
Lovely,
talking
Ned,
about this
lovely,
afternoon
lovely.
in this match that's way past any conclusion but a draw. But
Going
just
boys.
in general for his career going forward, you don't want him. I think he's too good a bowler, or too good a talent. Out there
Ball, Ned, ball.
might have been doing too much. Carty was forward to that one. But not out, says the umpire. Over comes to an end.
Follow me
It's
after this one.
98 for 1.
Follow me after this.
Let's have a look at the replay here of that shout of the last ball of Ned's over. Yeah, and height going down. A good decision by the umpire. Ned was down on one knee though.
Coming over to you, Chandra.
Very excited. But yeah, you don't. I think he's too much of a talent and too much of a good bowler to have him as a more or less a block bowler. You know, just to hold up one end. So it's something for him to work on and work on with the coaches around him. I remember prior to the World Cup, the Under-19s World Cup, and then in the World Cup, he was getting some good turn and bounce. As Young replaces Simmons from this commentary box end. Ball into Chandapal, who just plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So 99 for 1. So we come to the closing stages of this, the fourth and final day. Captain Naeem Young with ball in hand, slip in a gully, short to Chandapal, who just pulls it down through the square leg region. Fielder on the boundary tidies up. One more to Chandapal, he moves on to 53, and the score is 100 for 1, so the 100 up for Team Wicks in their second innings. right-handed Casey Carty on strike. It's played nicely. Soft hands by Carty through backward point region for a comfortable single. Moves up to 16, 101 for one. Of course, West Indies Academy had a first innings lead of 34 runs, so that's 67. Yeah, 67 team weeks now leads by. As Young into Chanderpaul. Chanderpaul quietly defends this into the offside, and there's no run. Would have been very interesting in this match, though, if we hadn't lost so much time on that second day. Especially the way Kirk Mackenzie and Kevin Wickham batted. Brilliant partnership at 259. Mackenzie batting the whole day. Rise in delivery outside off stump. Well directed there by Naeem Young. Well played. Equally as well played by Chanderpaul, who just dropped the hands. Yes, and if the play had have gone on the way it did, and we hadn't lost as much time as we did, could have been an interesting finish here. But nonetheless, it's been excellent going for the West Indies Academy, coming off their victory last week inside 3 days against Team Headley. And then brilliant first innings. I think to put it in perspective, that first innings also, that a lot of teams would wilter. The opposition gets 400 in the first innings, being asked to bat. And but the West Indies Academy kept and showed that positive intent that they've had right through this series so far. And to take a first innings lead against this weak side. A lot of positives to gain out of this match as well for them. Ned will continue from the northern end of the ground. Bowling to Casey Carty.
Nothing.
Right on target, Carty.
Keep going, Asher.
Right behind that in defence. So 101 for one. 16 to Carty.
Ball, Neddy, ball.
A bit more flight there by Ned, which was good to see.
Oh, nothing. Ball, Neddy.
Carty just looking to defend, ensure that he gets a nice not out here if possible to his career average.
Nothing,
Taking a quick single here, and well run by Carty. He was running to the danger's end as the ball was knocked up to mid-on. And he went with the stroke. Made it home comfortably. Moves to 17, 102 for one. Be left-hander to a left-hander now as Chanderpaul back on strike.
Going, Asher.
Checking his guard. Pushes that final delivery from Ned out to short extra cover. And there is no run. So the over comes to an end, and at the end of over number 34, Team Weeks in their second innings are 102 for 1. Tage Chandapal on 53. And Casey Carty on 17.
Come over, Kurt.
Looks like we're going to have another bowling change from this,
The ball at the final round.
the southern end of the ground. Team Weeks leads by 68 runs as we come to the towards the close of this fourth and final day. It looks like Joshua Bishop is going to take up the attack from this southern end of the ground. Another promising young spinner in the making.
2. Center.
Promising left arm spinner for that matter. A few around the region these days. It's into Carty, and Carty plays quietly on the offside. There's no run. Spot on target with his first delivery was Bishop. Once again, good line. Carty in defence. And that one beats him. That spun a little. Tossed up a little further. Quicker through the air. Forced a full stroke there by Carty, but no edge. And that one, next delivery, caught a little leading edge, but along the ground. And again, just squares him up a touch. Good ball in there by Bishop. Spot on target. And just giving the ball enough air as Carty brings the sweep out. Down to deep backward square for a single to complete the over. So not a bad first up over there by Joshua Bishop, just a single off it. Score goes up to 103 for 1. So a lot of positive signs to take out of this Headley Weeks series thus far. Great initiative by Cricket West Indies to have this 3-match series, since it wasn't possible at this current time to have 2 rounds of the West Indies 4-day championship as Ned continues to Carty. That's shorter, and Carty places that nicely
Inside, Timo, inside.
down towards third man for an easy 2. So he moves up to 20, the score 105 for 1. Yes, but ideally, quite sure Cricket West Indies will be looking at having 2 rounds of the 4-day championship, plus this Headley Weeks, or even extending the Headley Weeks series in the future. It's certainly a great opportunity for the talent to be exposed at the first class level. And for the ones on the fringe of the test team and a couple of the test players, more opportunity to play more red ball cricket, which is what we've been crying out here for in the region for quite a while now. Discussing earlier that we don't get the number of test matches these days as the higher ranked countries, if you want to put it that way. There's certainly a discrepancy that's doesn't make for a very level playing field. Something the ICC needs to look into for the sake of the game.
Nothing will come.
Over the wicket to the left-hander, left-hander to left-hander. Is he bowling to Chandapal now? 105 for 1. Chandapal's on 53. That's cut nicely, but straight to backward points to end Ned's over. So 106 for 1.
Yeah, partnership 36, a leader 72. And guess looking at the time here, some 47 minutes. We have 30 minutes to go before the final hour. Based on our predictions here, 106 for 1. Some 7 bowlers used by the Cricket West Indies Academy.
Yeah, and looks like another bowling change. No, Bishop's coming back for his second over. Bowled a nice first over, Vernon. Beat the bat of Carty. Just shoveled him a little around his front pad.
He's going to have to do a lot more in the red ball game. So too is Ned. You know, we're going to come and bowl those sort of lines. Yeah. It's almost like, you know, when you see them in the white ball version of the game, they work there. But in the red ball, you're going to have to do more if you want to price out folks at the next level.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying before, that he's almost, both of them, Ned in particular, but even Bishop, they're almost bowling like they've just been told to hold up one end. Really looking for those wicket-taking deliveries, or even trying them. Just, keep the figures economical.
Over completed. And Bishop bowls a maiden over. 106 for 1.
Yeah, another accurate over by Bishop, but definitely not threatening anybody.
When I look up, I saw a friend. Hey, Frankie.
Kevlin Anderson or Tevin Imlak, I think they might be the next idol.
Kevlin Anderson. Sean Nepal, 53.
Roy.
Just too close to him. I think he's trying to hit the ball too hard. He just needs to use the pace.
Stay still.
Because Ned is bowling so fast. He just needs to leg cut. You know, he's still trying to go hard at the delivery. Soft hands, and, you know, just use the pace and get it.
Oh, lovely. That's you need to be.
Even when he comes forward,
It's still hard.
Terry, I think he goes hard at the ball. He just needs to kill the ball in front of him.
Keep going.
Yeah, as
That's
you can
where
see
you
that
need to
previous
be,
one
Nelly.
shot all the way out to the cover fieldsman.
Oh, lovely. Ball. Keep going, Asher. Oh, nothing. Ball net.
Almost fell over there at that point in time.
Big Frank.
Oh, lovely, Ned.
Ned into his white ball style bowling.
Mm-hmm.
Just being
Go in,
consistent.
Asher. Keep going, Asher.
This is Shivnoy Tate Chandapor's 60th first class game.
No.
Another maiden over. So they get into these overs very quickly.
Yeah, another good accurate over there by Ned. It's 68th first class game. We say he's been around the first class scene for about 10 years, so that would be right. And it highlights the point that we were making, in that we don't get the opportunity to play enough red ball cricket that works out to about 6 matches a year. Very hard to keep yourself in good nick when you're only playing 6 matches a year,
Yeah, fishy, yeah, fishy.
and then coming up against countries that are playing 3 times that at least.
We can't change that, Terry. It's the way of the world, and we just it's caught.
Good catch.
Beautiful catch. Casey Carty lapsing concentration, squared him up, and almost just steered the ball down to first slip, and a wicket goes down.
Yeah, he just tried to guide that past Anderson there at first slip, but Anderson anticipated the shot and moved very well and took it equally as well. So a good wicket there for Joshua Bishop. He's looked the more threatening of the 2 spinners. And here's the replay now. Spun, caught the edge, and very, very well taken. Good anticipation there by Anderson at first slip. So the second one goes down for Team Weeks. The 106 on the board. Carty went for 21. And it brings Captain Justin Artenes to the crease, as we will have a double change with Marley Richards and Joel Manning.
A new batter to the crease.
Get
The
in.
captain for Team Weeks, Alec Athenes.
All of a sudden, it's turning and bouncing here for Josh Bishop. Picking up that wicket of Casey Carty. He'll be very disappointed to probably not be not out here at the end.
Yeah, certainly looking at the picture outside. Light fading away. 2.2 overs left before we get to the final hour, as they would say at the day's play. Certainly wouldn't have wanted to go Casey Carty.
There's not much in it now for even Alec Athenes at this stage.
And another one for Joshua Bishop. This time, it's Tajan Chandapal.
Yeah, that one just going on with the arm, probably playing for a bit of turn was Chandapal, taking the outside edge. Probably would have hit the keeper, Imlak. Parried through on the way through to that first slip. And all of a sudden, wickets just falling at regular intervals. West Indies Academy towards the back end, just going bang, bang here. 107 for 3 team weeks.
Just going across him there with that one, pushing away from the body, taking the edge. And a rebound catch in the end for Kevlon Anderson. Smiles for the academy. Tajan Chandapal, he goes back for well played. 53 is 107 for 4.
For 4 now. Bishop picking up 2 in his 3 overs.
Brandon King strides out on the back.
Thank you.
A solid knock in the first innings.
Yeah, I'd say alongside maybe Mackenzie and Kevin Wickham, you'd say maybe Brandon King next up on that list in terms of the innings that we would have seen in this match with his 92. The only thing missing was him just getting to those 3 figures. He was absolutely brilliant. His timing was on. He just looked an accomplished and quality player at this level.
Solid defences, Athens. Not much else for him to do at this stage.
Also highlights the fact of really making that innings count. The first innings, it highlights the importance of scoring in the first innings of a match. You never know what's going to happen in terms of how the game develops. You would have lost quite a lot of time here because of the weather. And to be fair, he was quite unfortunate with his dismissal, strangled down the leg side in the first innings.
Yeah, just one of those scenarios where you say, it wasn't my day. Maiden over from Ned. Remains 107 for 3. The final hour of play was due to start at 4:30 p.m. but there were some overs that needed to be bowled before that final hour could start. There's 1 over remaining before what we consider to be the final hour of play.
Center. Your fan wrong. Yeah, like going for now, huh?
So it's the final hour with half an hour left in the day's play as well. Sometimes cricket needs to really wake up. Very much in the past with how they deal with these interruptions. Very traditional. You don't really see that out of the box thinking, we think.
Another quiet over in progress. A dot ball to close it out is at this stage. The teams have the option of shaking hands, and it looks as if they will do just that. So the end of match number 2 in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. It ends as a draw between Team Weeks and the West Indies Academy, a match in which we've certainly seen cricket at its finest, especially when we think about the performances put on by the West Indies Academy.
You can tell they're actually quite happy with their performance in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. Everyone just congratulating each other, giving each other big hugs. It's good to see the camaraderie as well with this young West Indies Academy team. Would have ended this series with a win and a draw, a positive draw as well. They would have taken that first innings as well. So I'm sure they'll be on top of the point standings in this Tri-Series. Not sure anyone really cares. But at the end of the day, in terms of the development that we would want to see, I'd be pretty happy with what I saw, especially with that partnership of Wickham and Mackenzie. Bodes well for the future and maybe even the present of West Indies cricket.
Yeah, it certainly does. For a few of these young men, it will be their final first-class game this season, and they can certainly hold their heads high in terms of what they've been able to do and the type of show and performances that they've been able to put up across the 2 matches. We've seen them perform in both disciplines, or in fact all 3 disciplines, because with the ball they performed, with the bat they performed, and in the field they performed as well, effecting quite a few run-outs across the 2 matches, taking some sharp catches as well, and kept themselves in the game. When we started with match number 1, many thought that yes, they would be competitive, but there was the expectation that experience would trump youth. However, these young men have certainly done a fantastic job playing in these 2 matches of the Headley Weeks Tri-Series.
I'm also looking forward to next week's encounter between Team Weeks and Team Headley. I expect a very competitive encounter indeed, and both teams would actually be looking to end this Headley Weeks Tri-Series on a high. The young boys definitely played their part. Top performances from young Mackenzie, Kevin Wickham, Johan Lane, Kelvin Pittman in that first game, that spell. Naeem Young all around. His leadership as well. Young Imlak behind the stumps has been clean. It's a lot to take away if you're a cricket fan, especially a West Indian cricket fan. A lot for the fans to really be hopeful about.
So a quick look at the summary of this game. It's a draw, match number 2. We started on Wednesday, where the West Indies Academy won the toss and opted to field first. Team Weeks, they posted what was a very commanding 401 all out, led by Zachary McCaskey and Brandon King, 93 and 92 respectively. McKenny Clark, he picked up 3 as well as the skipper, Naeem Young. In reply, the West Indies Academy 435 all out, a performance which saw maiden hundreds for Kirk McKenzie and Kevin Wickham, 221 for Kirk McKenzie and 121 for Kevin Wickham, and they certainly led the way for the Academy. A partnership of 258, I believe, is what they put on between them. Jeremy McAllister, he picked up his best first class figures, 4 for 100 and 4 for 84, and for Sammy Pamal, he got to 599 first class wickets by picking up 3 in the innings, and then in their second innings team weeks, 107 for 3, a 50 for Tajan Ryan Shanapol, 31 for Zachary McCaskey, 2 for Joshua Bishop, and 1 for Ramon Simmons. Match drawn here, this second match in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series. And well, match number 3, that's coming up next week, Wednesday, where Team Weeks will be taking on Team Headley. It's certainly been a fantastic 4 days of cricket. It's been wonderful to be here on behalf of myself and the remainder of the commentary team, as well as the 360 production crew, for bringing all of these pictures to you. It's been a wonderful time. And until next week, goodbye and good evening.